this game. Ratify, no mana left. There's the ice block. Master Spell comes in from Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. A huge setup coming in from making a movie. Unbelievable.
Ratify retreating back, but they're going to go for the blind play. This could easily be it. It's triple crowd control. It looks good. Maru or Peekaboo could fall at any second in this game. Maru on the run, but he's going to go down.
He might be able to take him out. This could be a cross kill, Sid.
Jamie breaks up the crowd control chain. Boozer connects one heal, but that one heal is not going to be enough. Jamie falls.
Showed us what they had up their sleeves yesterday, but today it is all about North America. Only the top 6 teams are left with us, and it's time to take a peek at what they have to show. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host, and I'm joined by Super Tees, Ven Ruki, and the birthday boy, Zico. Happy birthday.
Thank you, man.
How old are you?
21.
Yeah, 21 years old, and what, 15 of those years he's been schooling everybody in the arena. Happy birthday, Zico. And now we're going to start off with a pretty easy question for you. Who are the top dogs in North America?
Super Frogs, the boys, Method Orange. Again, I'm going with the top 3 from the standings. These guys have been super consistent all year long. I mean, you can see them. The boys and Super Frogs are tied on points, and I'm willing to argue that Method Orange would be a lot closer as well if they had a better performance in the first cup of the year, where they actually didn't even make the top 8. So Method Orange definitely been putting on a strong showing as well in these last 2 cups to kind of catch up with them. But the boys and Super Frogs, man, those guys are just going neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, my brain's moving a little bit slow today, so for anyone else who's in that same boat with me, I'm going to break down how this actually works. On the right side, we got all of the NA teams. On the left side, if you make a little L with your hand, you'll be able to figure out which side that is. We have the EU region, and that line is going to be the cutoff as to whether or not you can actually make it to the land. So currently, all of those teams in orange or yellow, I don't even know what color that is. Gold, I've been told, is what that color is. Gold for winners, for first place. All of those teams making it to the land currently. So you need to make it to top 4. And the thing that you will notice is all of these teams right now, in EU, it's going to be 3 through 4. They're all competing to go to the land. We know that that can be shaken up very easily. When we look at NA, this 4th place, Storm is currently there with 132 points, and this is a team that we're going to talk about throughout the entirety of the day. But it's close. You got the Move, you got Mew, Kitty Cats, the Mew Kitty Cats. But Pauline, what are you doing to us? They're going to be with 120 points as well. They're all trying to move into this 4th place. They're all trying to make it to land. It's already very close, and we're on what, cup number 4. So we're getting down to the wire here, Ben, and we know that anybody could be going to the land at this point.
Yeah, there's 5 teams, I think, right now that are really close. That's why they need to be making as strong a showing as possible in these tournaments. But it just seems like the Super Frogs, the boys, and Method Orange, they seem to have all the cards. So the rest of those teams, they're going to have to try to make something work against these guys, because if they can't beat them, they're not going to be acquiring as many points as they need to really solidify their spot to making it to that spring finals.
If you can't beat them, join them. That's what we saw in EU so far. A lot of those players definitely trying to employ that old adage. But we also do need to, I mentioned the Mew Kitty Cats. We should show you where they're at on the bracket. New name, same team. That's going to be Rub Cub, Jamili Roasties, and Seth Curry. Now boasting that new name, the Mew Kitty Cats. They're going to be in the lower portion of the bracket, the M2KC, and we're going to be figuring out who is going to be going up against them very shortly. We're starting off with the upper semi, so that's going to be the Super Frog and the boys. That's the first matchup of the day, and this is the team that Zico said they're neck and neck, 300 points each, I believe, tied for first place. Whoever does win this one is going to pull ahead, and then we're going to see Method Orange versus Never Lucky, and this is an interesting matchup. I do want to talk about this one before we even jump into the next one. Sid, what do you think about Method Orange going up against Never Lucky?
Well, in the past, we've seen Never Lucky pull out some strange compositions, not really standard. Colo definitely likes trying going on the wild side in terms of strategy, but hopefully now with a couple of weeks of practice, they've got something more solid in the current meta going up against Method Orange. I'm sure that they are expecting a Demon Hunter Death Knight. Maybe they look for the mirror again. Perhaps Zach's Demon Hunter is now up to par, but getting up to Trill's standard on Demon Hunter, 3 weeks might not be enough time.
You know, I'm going to make a bold prediction right now. I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think Never Lucky's going to be the 4th team. I think Never Lucky's going to be that 4th team to actually make it to land. But I do want to take into account some of the changes that we actually did get to see in Europe yesterday. I'm thinking about Focus Growth. I'm thinking about Bonded Souls. Bonded Souls was the big one. We kind of said, okay, Focus Growth, yeah, it happened. We know that Druids are still going to be strong. Maybe we see a little bit more variance in the healers, but at the end of the day, it's there, sure. We're going to see how it plays out. Bonded Souls, though, one of the first things that we said was, okay, this is really going to affect those melee cleaves. A lot of them still looked strong yesterday, Ven.
Yeah, I think the Bonded Souls Azerite trait nerf definitely mattered, but a lot of these cleave setups are switching over to the impassive Visage trait, so still a lot of healing that they get from that Azerite trait and just making a little bit of adaptations there. And also, without having Bonded Souls, they've been able to pick up another offensive Azerite trait in that 2nd ring, so a little bit more damage available to them as well. So I think in general, yesterday we saw a little bit faster paced action. Games aren't going as deep into dampening, but like you kind of mentioned, Resto Druids still seem to be in the forefront as that tier 1 healer.
Yeah, and when you do bring up different things like impassive Visage, it's like, okay, all of a sudden Swapsy's just like, I kind of want Bonded Souls, so I'm just going to find it somewhere else. And he's able to go in. He has these extended goes for the same playstyle. When we get to NA, the question is, Zico, as we do look at the schedule right now, we know there are plenty of strong melee cleaves. Do we maybe see more offensive traits picked up? Do we maybe see some of these teams go, as Supatis has said in the past, Zug?
I mean, this is NA. We can definitely expect a little bit of zug here, but I think on the side of the boys, at least, we can expect them to kind of be running an offensive trait in that 2nd ring. So basically, the 1st and the 2nd ring are offensive traits, but with the unnerfed version of Bonded Souls, that was a trait in the 2nd tier, so you kind of picked that, which was a defensive trait essentially, instead of one of those damage traits. Now with the nerf, you want to be going for maybe something more offensive there, and then get the impassive Visage on that 3rd ring as your defensive trait. So I think that's what we're going to expect to see, but I don't think compositionally too much is going to change on that side. Now on the side of Super Frogs, this is not really a team that has been running that much melee cleaves. They've been running a lot of Windwalker Warlock, a lot of Roguelock Druid, a lot of Roguelock Druid and a double Warlock, Mage Warlock, Rogue Mage Druid. These guys like to run the melee caster healer, a lot of double caster as well with the Ellie Mage. So I don't think, I think the meta is a little bit better for the Super Frogs compared to last week if you compare it to the boys.
Yeah, I think it is really important, though, when you do think about things like Bonded Souls. Bonded Souls was an interesting trait because, yeah, you almost look at it as a defensive trait in a lot of ways, but it still is giving you some offensive capability. It's something that was even so strong in PvE. I think right now on PTR already, that trait looks like it might be getting some changes along with explosive potential, which is going to make me really sad. But vote right now. Who do you think is going to be able to take it? Super Frogs or the boys? These two teams completely tied in the North American region. 300 points each. These are your 2 top teams currently. Who is going to pull ahead? Who is going to try to get their claim on 1st place? We even heard it from some of the players like Snut saying this could easily be a grand final matchup.
Yeah, and this is a composition I've seen the boys practicing on the ladder, and I think this is very strong. Into channels on that Destruction Warlock, the Arms Warrior, Smexen, Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk, and Gorecki on the Mistweaver Monk. I think should be able to deal with channels quite nicely.
This is the first time we're going to see this Windwalker Arms Warrior composition in a tournament setting. Will it be powerful enough to pierce through the armor of Chanimal's Warlock? Super Frogs, I was actually expecting a Mage Warlock from them. We saw them get great success with it last week, and since the Bonded Souls changes, I would only assume that it got even more powerful, but instead going for the Rogue Warlock, Restoration Druid, another composition which they have practiced, and Snut's likely running the Fan of Knives build, focusing on area of effect damage. That way, when the opposing team tries to run away from Chanimal, then Snuts can maximize his pressure. Chanimal has been taking quite a beating here against the pillar, knocked it into line of sight. Smexen opting to retreat away, waiting for Gorecki to be free, but he's very far away, actually engaging a crowd control chain, trying to set up potentially for a kill onto Chanimal, but with very lackluster damage there, is not going to find even a cooldown.
Yeah, Chun-Li is opting to run the Tiger Eye Brew talent, and that's something he's going to be able to build up, stacking buff throughout the game, and when he decides to use it, turns his damage into not physical damage, but magic damage, and that pierces through a lot of the armor that Chanimal does have available. So once Chun-Li has that up and they decide to pull the trigger with that, Chanimals could definitely be in some trouble, and we've seen Windwalker Monks opt into that talent, specifically against Destruction Warlocks, as it really increases their damage.
I think it's maybe the first time in Turn Center we've seen Gorecki spread that onto a Mistweaver Monk. We've seen a lot of his Restoration Druid, but now if he's able to diversify even further, it definitely adds a lot to their roster. I'm curious to see how this matchup plays. So far, I would not say that the boys have found too much pressure overall against the Super Frogs. It's been quite evenly matched so far. I'm curious to see how well they can deny Cubsy from looking for drinks. It's definitely going to be even more significant since the focused growth changes to Restoration Druid, making their Life Bloom much more expensive of a heal. I would like to see the boys switch targets more often. So with currently Ironbark active on Chanimal, a better target to attack during this time would be Snuts, and they are switching some attention to him. This way, Cubsy has to spread his healing onto 2 targets, but in the meantime, Snuts counter-aggressing with a Shadow Step kick. Good initiation. Chun-Li low on health. Chanimal looking to fake cast, trying to find a Chaos Bolt. Not able to find it just yet, but Snuts is overextended. Caught in a leg sweep. Chanimal backs him up with a triple Shadow Fury. Good backup. Rain of Fire, cleaving the entire team. Gorecki appears to be struggling.
Yeah, definitely struggling. You do not want to be grouping up behind the pillar against Snuts with that Fan of Knives specialization. You can see how taxed Gorecki's mana has already been. He needs to play catch-up at this point in the game. Smexon's still low, Gorecki's still low. What is Snuts going to do? Looks like he's going to try to back up Chanimals just a little bit. And in this situation, Cubsy activating the Thorns. And so far, the boys have been doing a good job of slowing down some of the drinks. Another setup here onto Smexon, as looks like he's going to be able to survive with that Life Cocoon coming in from Gorecki. But this composition isn't working out that great for the boys. I feel like the boys could be playing it a little bit safer. If they just sat back and kind of waited a little bit later into dampening, that is where they could sort of push through some of the defensives that Chanimal has available. But these exchanges don't seem to be going in their favor.
I think ultimately Snuts is going to be the target that goes down, if a target goes down for the Super Frogs. Chanimal's Destruction Warlock, they can't seem to dent him. Currently a setup onto Smexon with multiple Chaos Bolts. Chanimal fake casts the Spell Reflect. He's not going to be eating his own Chaos Bolt anytime soon. Definitely a difficult task to get through multiple interrupts. Now with all 3 members of the boys pushing forward, they are looking for a big push onto Chanimal. He deflects it with a double Mortal Coil, but Cubsy's still locked out in some crowd control, opts to Trinket out. Now trying to swap to Gorecki, catching 1 Chaos Bolt, perhaps a second. With Way of the Crane, he should stabilize. Smexon leading the charge here for the boys. Pressure onto 2 targets. Perfect situation for the boys. This 2-pronged assault is definitely going to run Cubsy for a loop.
Yeah, Chanimal's still low. He's in some trouble. Smexon and Chun-Li all over him. Snuts trying to counter pressure. Kidney shot now secured onto Chun-Li. If he can survive, he still has a touch of karma to turn this pressure in their favor if he really needs to. But he's being a little bit greedy right now with the leg sweep on his Nuts. He's feeling relatively safe. Gorecki still, he has a lot of work to do here, Sid. He needs to keep Chun-Li and Smexon healthy so they continue this push. But with Chanimals topped off, things aren't looking good for the boys.
Yeah, with Chun-Li and Smexon attacking into Thorns, they're taking huge damage. Snuts is then going to go after the healer Gorecki to add even more pressure points onto the side of the boys. That's costing Gorecki even more mana. We haven't even made it to dampening, and Gorecki is almost tapped. And I would say it's unlikely that he will find opportunities to drink on the Grand Arena when facing this composition. There are just so many ways to deny it. Gorecki charges to center field. Looks like he wants to start something here while Cubsy was sitting down for a drink. They deny the drink. They get evasion. This is a good push from the boys. Now they should switch their attention to Chanimal. Try and create pressure on another point. Burn Cubsy's mana down even further. Smoke Bomb gets dropped by Snuts as he's trying to make something happen here onto Smexon, but really not finding too much off the back of it. Cubsy once again sneaking away to drink while there's pressure on Smexon. Chun-Li able to move over and deny that. Gorecki is going to get trained down by Snuts, and Chanimal is going to 1v2 Chun-Li and Smexon, it looks like, from the rest of the fight. And I think that's a great situation for the Super Frogs. They've got pressure in so many different locations. Chanimal finally starts to take a bit of a beating. Cubsy denies the kill with Ironbark for now. Snuts moves back to support, but he walks into a trap. Double leg sweep for Chun-Li and huge damage to follow it up.
Yeah, Snuts getting bursted down. Cubsy's going to have to top off Snuts here. Gorecki and Cubsy relatively even on mana. Chun-Li's been doing a great job in this game so far, using his Ring of Peace from range to slow down Cubsy whenever he goes for these stealth drinks. He's been really doing a great job keeping an eye on him, not allowing him to reset his mana, and I think that's very important for the boys, as it doesn't seem like Gorecki's going to ever have that same opportunity.
This Way of the Crane push for Gorecki needs to pay off. They need to get an unending resolve with this, and they do. Chanimal's just going to respect the damage and try and counter-aggress during this moment of time, but that was one major objective that the boys have finally managed to break off from the Super Frogs. Frogs. Mana is tied at this point as we step foot into dampening. It's still anyone's match. Currently momentum in favor of the Super Frogs. Smexon has to abort the mission, leaping back to Gorecki, but now he's stacked up with Snuts. Snuts can have at 2 targets. Chanimal can have free reign on Chun-Li in midfield with Thorns. Huge redirected damage. Gorecki's got no mana left. It's unlikely that we see another wave of the Crane. The threat of him activating more damage is basically lost, and the boys are starting to struggle.
Yeah, Tiger Eye Brew gets activated by Chun-Li. He's trying to get aggressive onto Chanimals. Huge burst damage coming in. Cubsy tries to redirect it with the Iron Bark, but Chanimal's getting low, almost in execute range. That is not a place you want to be against an Arms Warrior, especially Smexon, as they're ripping into him. Cubsy completely tapped on mana at this point. Gorecki activating the last little defensive cooldown that he has left. He doesn't have mana for Way of the Crane. Not going to be able to rely on that to catch back up his team. And it looks like with Super Frog stabilized, the boys are in a lot of trouble.
Thorns is available for Cubsy. He needs to activate that as soon as possible. But Smexon leaps over, denies the drink, and secures crowd control for the team. They make a swap onto Snuts. I'm not the biggest fan of this, as Snuts still has evasion to make a trade. Chanimal lays down a gateway if he needs an escape. Smexon is still getting pressured. Gorecki really struggling to heal through the damage output from the Super Frogs currently here. Touch of Death gets activated. Chun-Li needs to make something happen with this Touch of Death. They find a bit of pressure, but nowhere near a kill. 3 members low on the team of the boys. Dampening gets higher and higher. Cubsy moves across the map. He's looking to secure crowd control and potentially close this game out. Chanimals finds a Chaos Bolt, gets pummeled. Good denial by Smexon. They're slowing down the pressure, but inevitably this Chaos Bolt is going to be connecting, and as soon as it does, it could easily be the end of the game. Double Mortal Coil. Blind attempt. Gorecki breaks that right away, but Smexon's still low. Life Cocoon saves him. They catch Snuts with a double stun lock. Cubsy comes out just in the nick of time. Smexon is still low. 1 Chaos Bolt. Life Cocoon denies the kill on Smexon. Ring of Peace prevents Snuts from getting back to his target. Cubsy tries to add in a Maledict here on the Smexon, just getting out a couple of Wraths, trying to add in as much damage as he can. It's a race to the finish. Both teams completely tapped, and Snuts is likely to fall first. He shadow steps out, back behind Cubsy, and Chanimal takes the kill. Snuts is still low on health, caught into a leg sweep, and he's likely to go down here. If they can get any damage, Chanimal, MVP play, keeping Snuts alive. No, Chun-Li finds the kill. And now in this 2 versus 2, who really comes out ahead, Ben?
I really don't know. Chanimal's on the Destruction Warlock is going to be very strong in this matchup with Cubsy. Chun-Li and Gorecki, I know they practice 2v2 a lot as well. These teams are very experienced in these matchups. We're at 22% dampening. Both these healers are If Cubsy can sneak away and get a drink here, it's going to be really good for their team.
He might res.
There's a maybe. I feel like it's really unlikely that actually happens against these players, but if he goes for it, potentially he could. If Chanimals can find the crowd control in the match, it's definitely a possibility. But I think Chun-Li, with the talents he's playing, is actually going to be doing quite well in this matchup with the Tiger Eye Brew. As long as he can build it up, his pressure onto Chanimals will be immense.
All right, at this point, dampening ramping up. Cubsy with a slight mana lead. I'm really looking to see if Chun-Li uses his Touch of Karma aggressively to redirect Thorn's damage. Currently, crowd control initiation by the boys. This is going to start putting them significantly ahead. Super Frogs need to be careful and not disrespect this push, as Chun-Li has activated Touch of Death. That's going to explode. Bursting Chanimal. Cubsy doesn't have very much mana to heal through that damage. Gorecki looks like he may be trying to sneak away. No, opting to actually just roll across the map. They have to deny the drink. Ring of Peace snipes Cubsy, putting him back in combat. Ring of Peace again to just annoy Cubsy more or less. Chun-Li, it's basically Chun-Li versus Chanimal, as both healers are tapped on mana. Who can output more damage or get a clean setup? I think the instant crowd control definitely goes in favor of the boys, but you can never count a Chaos Bolt out.
Yeah, that's true. At any moment, Chanimals could take someone out potentially, but I feel like with Chun-Li, with the talents he's playing, they've got to be favored in this matchup. Gorecki's playing the counteract magic as well, so that's going to be counteracting a lot of the immolate damage Chanimal does have available. But as dampening gets higher and higher, that instant healing doesn't really matter nearly as much. Cubsy with Innervate, trying to keep Chanimals nice and healthy. And for Gorecki, it's really unlikely. You can see him on the left side of your screen. He has a little Fell Hunter on him. That's going to be preventing him from dropping combat and ever really going for a drink in this matchup. So for the boys, they need to just make sure Cubsy's not regenerating mana, but it's not looking good. I mean, Cubsy has been able to hold on to a lot of this mana. Chun-Li now making a swap onto Cubsy. Now with the Tiger Eye Brew talent, Cubsy in bear form is going to be a vulnerable target as well. So as long as Chun-Li can use that ability, have uptime on a target, I feel like his damage
will be able to push through some of these defensives that Super Frogs has available.
Cubsy's just running across the map and trying to sit down to get a drink. This will either regenerate him mana or pull the opposing team out into midfield, and that's the main objective for Chanimal, is to get a target out in the open. Currently, it's a bit of a race here to kill Cubsy or to kill Chun-Li. Who will fall first? Multiple Chaos Bolts flying in. Touch of Karma rearranges that damage back onto Cubsy. Multiple trades have to be made. It's desperation mode here. It's almost 40% dampening. Cubsy almost completely tapped, but now he's got Thorns in his back pocket. He could trade that out and redirect some damage to Chun-Li, and waiting to see. He's going to activate that Thorns on the Touch of Death. Perfect timing. Chun-Li has to make a decision. Does he attack into Thorns, boost his damage with Touch of Death, but also have some of it redirected, or does he just abort the kill? And it looks like he's going to abort the opportunity to try and get a kill, then come back after Thorns. Cubsy gets caught out of bear form. Bit of a mistake here on Cubsy's part. He's disrespecting the damage, not using that Gladiator's Medallion. Tries to jump to safety, gets Ring of Peace back into Chun-Li. Chanimal deflects Chun-Li with a Mortal Coil, now with a Bash, and that Mortal Coil and a Bash is definitely a kill chain of crowd control that the Super Frogs can utilize to take down the boys here in game number 1. Chun-Li looks like he's just going to be training Cubsy for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I think it's an intelligent decision as well. Destruction Warlocks are just so hard to take care of, but the thing is, with Chanimal's free casting in this matchup, there's going to be a lot of pressure here for the Super Frogs, and in that last exchange, they were able to get Life Cocoon as well as a Touch of Karma from Chun-Li, and Chun-Li now super vulnerable. No Diffuse Magic, no Touch of Karma, no nothing for another 20 seconds, so he's going to have to be careful, can no longer afford to just sit on Cubsy. He has to wait for some of those cooldowns to come back up, rotate available to him, so he can once again make an offensive push on Cubsy if he really wants to.
All right, Cubsy sits down for a drink. Chanimal passes him a gateway if some Chun-Li wants to go after him. Chun-Li is really not taking the better end of this exchange, currently in midfield, trying to race Chanimal now at almost 50% dampening. That's almost 50% healing reduction in the match. Both monks going for a double stun lock. This is a good setup by the boys. Iron Bark exchanges. I love the Ring of Peace volleyballs. I want to see more of that. I actually think it's a great lockdown that does not share diminishing return with stuns. Could be a way to pin Chanimal down and prevent Chaos Bolt long enough to take him out. Cubsy once again just doing the long kiting path across the midfield, trying to bait Gorecki and Chun-Li out into center field so that Chanimal can free cast. Gorecki is reluctantly trying not to expose himself. Cubsy is just sneaking away. Maybe he goes for a res. Curious to see if he decides to go for a res or drink. Drink is obviously safer with Chun-Li feared. Gorecki out of position. Cubsy may get some mana. No, not able to at all. Innervate available. Both healers still tapped now at 50% dampening. Chanimal connecting a Chaos Bolt off the back end of a Fear. Good combo by Chanimal, building pressure for himself. Life Cocoon has to be exchanged. Momentum now swinging in favor of the Super Frogs.
Yeah, things are looking good for the Super Frogs here. Chun-Li at some point needs to make an offensive push. He has every single cooldown available to him, and I'm just curious to see, does he go after Cubsy? Does he go after Chanimal? Chanimal still has a good response with the unending resolve, but it's going to become more and more difficult for Cubsy to actually keep him alive, and it looks like Chun-Li, he wants to get aggressive on Cubsy. He gets caught into a paralysis. Touch of Death gets used. Cubsy immediately trinkets, gateways away, but still, Chun-Li all over him. Touch of Death will proc, but Chun-Li doesn't want to mess around for too long, allowing Chanimals to free cast, goes over there, gets interrupted, and as long as Cubsy sits in the open, Chun-Li's going to have a difficult time sitting here and really getting pressure out onto Cubsy, as Chanimal's basically acting like a turret for his team, pressuring both Chun-Li and Gorecki away.
Oh, spell lock on Gorecki. Chun-Li is low on health and out of range. Actually just decides to go back into midfield. This is a bit of a risk. Nice fake cast by Chanimal. He expected Chun-Li to use Touch of Karma on that Chaos Bolt, so Chanimal stopped his Chaos Bolt right before it finished.
Oh.
Now Touch of Karma is used and no exchange of damage. Cubsy was able to potentially regenerate some mana amidst all of this. Infernals are available. Super Frogs have a massive lead. All they have to do is push forward and power through. Infernals have landed. Thorns are up. Tons of damage redirected towards Chun-Li. He has to give up on that kill attempt. This now is going to make it awkward for Chanimal. What does he do? Does he run in there and try and push them over, or does he just stay in midfield and regenerate mana? Potentially going for a res could be a good way to force Chun-Li and Gorecki off the pillar, but effectively getting not too much done with his Infernals. I mean, at least a full mana bar on Cubsy, but if he can't find a kill, Chun-Li can just go in and out so easily, dodge these Chaos Bolts. Actually just taking one for free. Now deciding to retreat back to the pillar. Dark Soul still available, and I mean, with dampening at 62%, even Immolate is eventually going to kill someone.
Yeah, that counteract magic becoming less and less effective in this matchup. I actually don't mind Chanimals the way he used the Infernals. He was under a lot of pressure, dropped the Infernals to basically force Chun-Li to run away. Didn't have to trade out the Unending Resolve or the Dark Soul just yet. Cubsy looking for a res, immediately gets shut down on that. Now Chun-Li wants to get aggressive in this matchup, but he's still not topped off and really doesn't have any defensive cooldowns. That Thorns from Cubsy will do work, but Cubsy's really going to struggle keeping Chanimals healthy in this matchup. Gorecki's still just sitting back, doesn't have the life cocoon, and basically Chun-Li, he needs to avoid every single Chaos Bolt, because once that lands, it is so difficult for Gorecki to recover that HP, and Chun-Li's self-healing isn't going to be nearly as effective. Cubsy looking for a res once again, gets shut down, but that forces Chun-Li in Gorecki's hand. They have to charge in. They can't just hide behind the pillar and get a free reset. So I love that Cubsy is threatening that from the boys.
Chanimal and Chun-Li going at each other here, trading powerful defensives to just stay in the fight, but Chanimal is eking a little bit ahead here at almost 70% dampening. Ursul's Vortex to hold Chun-Li in the open. Gorecki moves in with Way of the Crane. They have to get a kill, but he gets thwarted. Mortal Coil, potentially a fear, a full fear. Gorecki trinkets. They have a bash. They have a bash. If Chanimal gets a Chaos Bolt on this, Gorecki could easily go down. He gets it. Gorecki barely stays alive. He's desperately trying to add some counter pressure, but now he's just exposed in midfield. He has to portal out. They stun Chun-Li. Oh, no! Portal was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Very fortunate for him to be able to even get back to the pillar in that position. Almost a throw for the boys, but at 71% dampening, their health is not going to go up. Cubsy is putting pressure by casting Revive. Even if he doesn't get it, Chanimal can sneak in a couple damage spells while he's going for it. So either Cubsy will get a Revive or Chanimal will kill them. They've got them in checkmate.
Yep, Gorecki's still low, no mana available. How is he going to recover? Chun-Li almost has the Touch of Karma, activates the Diffuse Magic. He's looking to take Chanimals down. Cubsy almost has that Iron Bark. Chanimal's still very vulnerable. It's 73% dampening. It is do or die for Chun-Li and the boys. Like you said, they cannot afford to just run and reset consistently in this matchup, but they really have no choice. They stay out in the open, they'll die if they hide behind the pillar. They're going to die. Cubsy looking for a res. If Snuts is alive, they're going to die. So there's a lot that the boys have to consider in this matchup, but this is looking really good for the Super Frogs.
Oh, Mortal Coil bash, double Chaos Bolt. No way you're making it out alive. The Super Frogs secure game one.
Oh my goodness. First game of the day. What a good sign for what we're about to see. The two best teams in North America are going to be facing each other in this first series. We get the cross kill, and we have a pretty insane show of what these teams can actually do in a 2v2 situation like that. Zico, I feel like in this particular matchup, we just see Cubsy able to create so much pressure, really forcing them into so many of those Chaos Bolts, into so many of those dangerous situations.
I mean, there's so much to break down here. First of all, we got the two best teams in North America tied on points. Of course, it's going to be a 2v2. Of course, it's going to be a 2v2 that goes the entire distance, basically to 80% dampening. Both teams playing it out expertly. But what really sets the pace, I think, in this 2v2 matchup, because I think that's really an interesting thing to talk about, is the fact that when it happens, we don't have all the information really in terms of mana. Gorecki, as you can see right here, is completely tapped on mana. Cubsy is also kind of tapped on mana, but we see that Snuts is doing some insane kiting here as well. Chanimal is trying to, you can see here, he's trying to get the fear onto Gorecki. Cubsy is stunning up Chun-Li. Snuts barely goes down right there, and that's also because Cubsy is just completely tapped here. So now we're in a situation where both healers are out of mana now. Gorecki is playing a Mistweaver, which means that he can't go and drink in stealth. He's also not playing a Night Elf, which means that Chanimal always is going to have his Fell Hunter onto Gorecki, which means Gorecki can just never drink. Whereas as long as Cubsy plays out in the open, Chanimal can put out enough pressure to force Chun-Li to run back, and then when he does that, that gives Cubsy the opportunity, of course, to go on the other side and sit down and drink. Every time he does that, it puts the boys in a situation where either we have to stop this drink, or we have to give, Cubsy a full mana bar here. It just puts them in a really awkward situation. So every time Cubsy goes for those drinks, even when he doesn't get them, it applies pressure. And eventually, he will get them. And when he does, it gives them a massive lead. Even if dampening is high, having a healer who can essentially just stand there and empty his whole mana bar for a little bit of extra HP is going to be very crucial there at the end. So really, really nicely done by both teams. Honestly, I think both teams played that 2v2 very, very nicely.
Yeah, I was like in the chat actually watching it happen and seeing everybody just go insane during the first game when the cross kill actually comes in. But a lot of people were talking about like how strong we actually see the Warlock look. But you have to understand as well, when you have the Druid, that was creating so much of that pressure. It's great when your healer can be the one that causes people to run face first into your Chaos Bolts.
Yeah, you have a lot of crowd control, you have a lot of control, and like we kind of talked about, the main threat is Cubsy constantly is crossing the map, which allows Chanimals to get free damage off, as well as going for those stealth drinks. It's just really distracting for them. They have to constantly be worrying about that, looking for the Ring of Pieces to deny it, and then eventually that res. Like, basically, you're caught in a situation where you're hiding behind the pillar, you want to be able to recover your HP, but there's a Druid that's resing the third party on the other side of the map, and if you don't stop it, you're going to lose, but you can't really afford to go run in the open, and that's what Sid was saying. It's kind of a checkmate situation.
Yeah, it did seem like in that 2v2 we saw kind of a big advantage in the way of the Super Frogs, but the boys made some real possibilities. Like, they don't have the opportunity to get a true reset, which was the really scary thing. You see them behind the pillar, and they're just standing there with half health, but they have to charge back in because of all that pressure. And then the Super Frogs, Chamela's just standing there in midfield, just getting hots on him, just hanging out. It looked like paradise.
Yeah, there was one moment in the game that was a true nightmare for Gorecki. He finally saved enough mana to use his Way of the Crane. He moves in, they get double coiled, he gets feared, he trinkets, he gets feared into a full bash, and all of a sudden the momentum swing you think would go in favor of the boys. Gorecki's done nothing with that Way of the Crane, and he's caught in midfield. He's used his last little bit of mana, and they're not in a good spot after that.
So a big question that I kind of have for you as somebody who has competed, what happens mentally during a cross kill? Like, is it something that you ever feel like you have prepared for, whether it is in war games, because it doesn't happen very often, right? Is it something that you feel like you've prepared for in war games? It's something that you maybe feel like you have prepared for in twos? Like, what's the game plan when you get in that situation?
Well, I personally feel like all the different things in World of Warcraft require a different skill set. I mean, there's not a huge difference in the skill set between 2v2 and 3v3, but it definitely is a little bit of a different game. The way you apply pressure, your general strategy. I mean, in 3v3, you're not constantly looking for reses, right? You're not constantly, well, you are constantly going for drinks, but just the way you play it is a lot different. Just like duels are different and rated battlegrounds are different. There's definitely a skill set there, but I think all four of those players are very familiar with 2v2. They play together constantly. And yeah, I think they're both prepared.
I think an interesting thing that we didn't really touch on as well is the comp. The boys predicted probably that Super Frogs were going to run this, so this was their counter pick. So yeah, so this is the matchup that the boys wanted here with the Windwalker and the Warrior, and it looked good, but I wanted to know, are they going to double down on this? And they are. Otherwise, the other option would be having Smexin on that Death Knight again. It doesn't look like they want to play that. I'm a little bit curious to why. Maybe because of the Bonded Soul change, they feel like that's no longer a great matchup for them. Windwalker DK definitely has a pretty good time, I think, against what Super Frogs are running. And I think also the map pick isn't ideal if you're running a cleave here. The boys actually selected Ashamains here, so maybe they're trying to take that away from the potential Mage Warlock or the double Warlock that we know that the Super Frogs have in their back pocket. I think it's interesting to see what they're trying to do here with the map picks as well as the comp pick.
Yeah, you chat right now, pretty much 50-50. You're all right. It seems like both of these teams should be able to win this series. You really don't get many series closer than this. And we can also see both of the teams set up with a win condition that they think is the winning one for them. I mean, the Super Frogs want to play this comp. We already saw it work for them. The boys, this is the composition that they wanted to play into this comp with. The boys and the Super Frogs both have their plans in order. It all comes down to who the more skilled team is, tied for first place in North America. Super Frogs looking to get themselves on match point. The boys trying to tie this one up.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this composition is you would think it would be the ultimate Warlock killer, but Chanimal's still managing to survive, and most of the pressure we saw in the last game was the boys going after Snuts and these double stuns. Snuts isn't going to have as many heal over time effects when he gets caught into those stuns, as Chanimals is the primary target, so it's a great opportunity for the boys to get some pressure rolling, and I think potentially we see Snuts be the main focus in this game once again.
Yeah, I think definitely before dampening, switching to the Rogue is a great opportunity. You attack the Warlock, Cubsy gets his life blooms comfortably on the Warlock, and then when you get crowd control such as this intimidating shout from Smexen, you can switch targets to the Rogue who doesn't have that life bloom, get a ton of burst out, and then force Cubsy to expend mana when he comes out of the crowd control to switch the life blooms to that target. And I think that strategy is definitely what the boys should employ before dampening. Maybe after dampening has engaged for some time, the Warlock just becomes the better target overall, but prior to that, they are trying to catch Snuts in center field as all three members of the boys collide. Snuts doesn't take too much damage from that attack as he's able to completely stabilize. I love what Cubsy is doing, just adding in Solar Wraths, adding in just a tiny bit of extra damage. I mean, look at this, just the tiniest bit of extra damage from Cubsy might just put Smexen over the edge.
Yeah, Smexen almost going down there. Like you said, Cubsy, I think he casted 10 Solar Wraths in a row, and that damage definitely does add up if you have the free time. Cubsy now getting swapped to, has to be a little careful activating the barf skin, but no major loss there for the Super Frogs as Snuts move in. And like we kind of talked about, this is not the best position here for the boys. If they're all grouped up behind the pillar, that's when Snuts is going to be able to do work, and they realize that, so they're moving forward. They don't want to be caught behind the pillar. Once again, trying to get some damage rolling onto Chanimals, but he's just so durable on the Destruction Warlock.
Ooh, Snuts is trying to dodge a leg sweep. If he stacks up on Chanimal, they've been doing these Stormbolt, Cubsy, leg sweep, Snuts, and Chanimal. So Snuts he's going in and out. You see, as a rogue, he'd normally want to be right next to his target attacking, but he's trying to avoid getting stunned. But now he's overextended behind the pillar. Gorecki catches him. Chun-Li's trying to pull back to assist with some pressure, but Snuts is able to escape. Good backup by Chanimal. You could just tell that Chanimal's completely aware of his entire team with his fear timings, making sure that any point one of his teammates is stunned, he's getting out as many fears as he can to stall the damage out so that his friend can escape. Smexen getting pinned down and taking quite a beating here. I would say that Super Frogs are establishing a lead.
Yeah, I think that is definitely fair to say. Some talent adaptations I've noticed from these teams. But in the meantime, one Cubsy's getting caught into the stun. Leg sweep, Stormbolt will force out basically everything from Cubsy. Trinket, Barkskin, and Iron Bark. So Cubsy's definitely going to be a vulnerable target moving forward. But that was the touch of death committed by Chun-Li. And one thing I noticed from Chun-Li is he's no longer running that Tiger Eye Brew I was kind of talking about. He went over to the Alpha Tiger ability, and that's basically going to give him a mini Bloodlust anytime he does use his Tiger Palm on a target. And I think that is kind of just big damage over on Smexen, but I think that kind of shows that necessarily Chanimals isn't going to be the main focus in this matchup. They don't want that armor-piercing ability. They might go after Cubsy or Snuts in these swaps.
This is what I like from Snuts, is him attacking Gorecki far away from Chanimal, where Chun-Li and Smexen are. This way, Snuts can't be swapped to as easily unless Gorecki has leg sweep. Chanimal getting bursted here with crowd control on Cubsy. This looks good for the boys here to force some major cooldowns. Maybe get a kill if the Super Frogs don't respond in time. Chanimal trying to recover. Not much defense for 5 more seconds. They need to stall. Chanimal with great stall. Buys time for Cubsy. Now booting him back to full health with that Innervate. Some free healing. Well timed there. Mana is fairly even at this point, which is a bit unexpected. The map selection from the boys is definitely peculiar because on this map, Cubsy can easily escape and find drinks. I'm not a big fan of the selection from the boys overall. I'm wondering if they were thinking about playing a different composition. But definitely a smaller map would have been more favorable. Good cross-crowd control initiation from the Super Frogs as they look to close game number 2. Smexen barely stays alive thanks to Gorecki at this moment in time, but their defensive cooldowns have been overlapped and now create a vulnerability moving forward.
Yeah, Smexen, no Die by the Sword available. Like you said, there's not too much for the boys to really work within the situation, but Snuts gets caught behind the pillar. Gladiator Safeguard keeping him alive. He gets pinned against the wall. Nice ring of peace by Chun-Li. Very scary. Snuts, but Gorecki getting low. Huge Chaos Bolt by Chanimal. Into a Mortal Coil. Can he just solo him? Snuts needs to connect. Finds the kidney shot. Gorecki still no trinket for a few more seconds. Do they have the damage? Shadow Flare. Chaos Bolt lands. Good night, Gorecki. And Super Frogs claim game number 2.
Super Frogs on a tear here, and when you look at teams that are as evenly matched as this, when you see a 2-0 to start things off, it seems nearly impossible for a reverse sweep to actually happen. Let's say that's a 50-50 matchup. Right now, I want you to do an experiment at home. Take 3 quarters, line them all up. Pick up the first one, flip it. Pick up the other one, flip it. The third one, flip it. And let us know in chat what the results are, because that's how math works. That is the probability of a reverse sweep.
I think it's just a 50-50.
I think these teams are evenly matched.
Okay.
Zico?
Yeah, I think they're very evenly matched, but I also think that the first game, Super Frogs seems to have gathered more information than the boys did. The boys definitely changed out their talents. They swapped out from the the Tiger Eye Brew, so they no longer were looking at Chanimal as the main target, because of course that demon armor gives Chanimal a lot of armor, and they want to be able to bypass that entirely. But I also want to say that the Super Frogs adapted their strategy a whole bunch here. They made Gorecki trinket earlier on in the match, and look at that small window before he has his Gladiator's medallion here. Chanimal, again, such an expert at playing that Warlock. He's been impressing me throughout every single time I watch Chanimal. Even last year, when he was summoning his succubus when he was playing with Chun-Li, because they were teammates last year, it's always been insane to me to see what he comes up with. And even now, this guy's playing against a melee cleave, and he is playing with the Nether Ward, which is a spell reflect. You reflect spells, but he's playing that into a melee cleave, and that's because he wants to spell reflect that maledict trinket, and he's consistently been doing it throughout the match as well. Just small things like that, setting up a kill like this at the back of his spell lock. We saw him even last week setting up essentially just a kill in the opener in one of the final games of the tournament against Method Orange. It's insane how good this guy is at playing the Warlock. It just baffles my mind, honestly.
So I want to take a look at the boys and what they are playing, because we discussed the fact that this was a slight deviation from maybe what we did expect, maybe seeing that Death Knight come in. Do you think we do see it again? What does the Warrior really offer here?
Well, the Warrior offers more consistent pressure. Basically, what I want to see from the Super Frogs, if they play this composition, is maybe swap Gorecki out for a Resto Druid and then play the long game. Once you get to 20-30% dampening, play the Tiger Eye Brew and just keep going all in onto Chanimal. That way, I think you can win the game pretty safely, so to speak. Now, with the DK, you essentially just have the opportunity to stay in longer. You will have less consistent pressure, but you will have more kind of safety with the Death Strike, with the self-healing that the DK brings. And also, you won't really see the swaps come into the healer as often with the DK, having things like the anti-magic zone to protect with.
Yeah, I think all of these things are very important, and right now we're going to have to see, are the boys going to switch anything up? Are they going to get more quarters to flip in their piggy bank? We'll find out right after this. right now, if you think about binomial probability, it seems like the Super Frogs should just be able to take this series. But when you look at what the boys have been able to achieve so far this season, we know that they are evenly matched. Is this going to be a tide that has completely shifted to the pond of the Super Frogs? Or can the boys start their reverse sweep on Dalaran Sewers? We're going to have Smexen back on that Death Knight Warrior. No more. Is it going to be enough of a change? We're going to find out right now.
Now that we've calculated all the permutations, will Chanimal be able to 3-0 the boys here in the upper bracket? This could easily be a grand final to start the day off, but they are looking strong on this Warlock, Rogue, Restoration Druid composition. Super Frogs initiating crowd control, but no attack just yet. I do like Chanimal's positioning down out of line of sight. This way, if they overextend on him on the outside perimeter, the opposing healer Gurecki will then have to run into center field to heal. Definitely positioning is going to be important, but in the meantime, the boys have initiated. Chanimal looks to deny the initial attack by using his Gliders Medallion and dropping an Infernal. This is an attempt to scare Chun-Li and Smexen away. They're boldly staying in front of Chanimal. Chanimal fake casting a Mind Freeze, going for a double Mortal Coil. Definitely been on point with that Warlock. Bit of unfortunate pathing. Chun-Li out of line of sight. Chanimal still looking for fake casts. Now with both interrupts out of the way, he's going to be sneaking into Chaos Bolt. He's dropped multiple Rain of Fire. He's boosted his damage quite heavily with that Supremacy. This next Chaos Bolt will be a gigantic one if he manages to get it.
Chanimal's in a little bit of trouble here, and you have to wonder for the boys why they didn't initially lock in this composition. This is really all they've been running in these tournaments, so maybe they have played out this matchup and not the most confident in it, but I like that they're going back to their comfort pick, as the last two games didn't seem too great, and the Grand Arena was close. The second game, not really. So going back to their comfort pick, Windwalker, Death Knight. Chanimal's now getting low. He's under pressure. Cubsy should be able to heal him up, but he's out of line of sight. Chanimal's gets gripped away. Double Mortal Coil will keep him alive and in the fight. Cubsy in a great spot to keep those heals up. Good positioning right now. Cubsy always just staying so far away from Smexen, never really in range to get death gripped or into the paralysis of Chun-Li. And I just think I really like the way Cubsy's playing it, and now he's actually just going for a drink.
I think Chanimal's positioning on the box here is to try and get Gurecki to move in, but he gets Ring of Peace downstairs out of multiple points of line of sight and completely exposed, potentially going to go down in game number 3. Unending Resolve exchanges, keeps him alive a tad bit longer, but Smexen nails an interrupt onto the healer paralysis to follow, and Chanimal gets owned. The boys take game number 3, and the boys are back.
Okay, so my big question here is how much do you think this is based off of the comp change, Zico? Do we think that this comp is going to be able to do more for the boys, or is this just one of those games where you come out, you have an evenly matched team, and you're able to catch someone before they're really ready to go?
Well, I think, honestly, the comp that they were playing earlier has more offense, but this composition seems to be, first and foremost, the boys' bread and butter. This is what they've been playing throughout the tournament. This is what got them, essentially, to where they are today. I think the big thing, though, is the map makes a lot more sense. We had a map pick of Ashamain's Fall before this, which I also criticized the boys for, saying that this is a very bad map if you're running a cleave, because Chanimal has so much open space to work with. Here, we see Smexen get a lot of this pressure by gripping Chanimal behind that little corner, around those little stairs behind the box, and that forces Cubsy to kind of run around and kind of CC himself, trying to get into line of sight of his Warlock to get those heals out. And then, of course, it was at the back of also just great play. They got a nice little CC chain, and they had the damage to back it up there. So some of it is obviously because of the comp as well, but I really think the map as well does a really big favor here for the boys, and it makes no sense why they even picked Ashamain's other than it must have been a takeaway.
Yeah, Ashmain's was definitely something that was interesting. Ven, how did you feel about that map pick?
Yeah, I think the map pick was really, really good for the Windwalker Death Knight, but I think the positioning that Super Frogs had could have been a little bit better. I think the way Chanimal's was positioning on those boxes, he was way too exploitable with the Death Grip as well as the Ring of Peace to be gripped out of line of sight. I think if he had been playing on the initial staircase, would have been a lot better, give Cubsy a lot more freedom to position in a way where he can heal him up a lot easier, and he wouldn't be gripped in these weird, awkward line of sight positions where Cubsy has to move in and get, all of a sudden he's susceptible to the interrupts that Smexen has available. And I think that's what really put them far behind.
Yeah, and just to add to that, exactly, so if this is the box, there's a stair here and a stair here. You want Chanimal to be playing on this stair and Cubs to be playing around that box, because then if Shanimal gets gripped down, Cubsy still has a lot of freedom to move around and not stack up for those double leg sweeps and getting cross-kicked by the DK's range kick and the incapacitate and things like that. And now this makes a lot of sense as well from Tolveron. Now, I'm curious to see, would Super Frogs lock in the Mage Lock Druid, do you guys think? Or even potentially double. I don't think the double Warlock is going to come out here, but Mage Lock Druid could potentially come in here. We could see Wealthy Man for the first time in this series, or they could just lock in the Rogue Lock Druid as well.
This is, I think, exactly the composition that they don't want to play double lock into. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, Supatees, what do you think actually does come out on Tolveron Arena?
I mean, they set themselves up well for a Mage Warlock, and that may be also why Smexon was running the Warrior Windwalker. Maybe that was to beat the Mage Warlock in some practice rounds earlier. So we'll really find out right now if the Super Frogs decide to go with the Mage Warlock and how well it does, if that's the main threat that the boys were afraid of locking in this. And they're going with the Mage Shadow Priest. When I was talking to Valet, who's been one of the top teams running this composition, is that he thinks it's a lot more powerful now into the melee cleave since that Bonded Souls Azerite trait nerf. So I'm curious to see how it plays out here for Snuts on that Shadow Priest.
Yeah, Valet really thought that the Bonded Souls change, this was one of the comps that benefited the most. It's able now to, Ven, you've talked about it a lot, the idea of how long a go needs to be when you're going into certain things like a mage, because you need to go in potentially get a temp shield. You need to go in potentially get an ice block. You need to go in, and if it's fire, potentially get that cauterize as well. That takes a lot of time. So how do you feel that Bonded Souls being changed affects that?
Well, potentially for the boys, they won't have that time. Like you kind of said, they need to find enough momentum in the match where they can stay in, work through the Temporal Shield as well as the Iron Bark. And after that, that's their moment where they can use their Gladiator's Maledict, use some of their more offensive cooldowns to really push through and try to get those ice blocks from Wealthy Man. But without the Bonded Souls, now potentially they don't have that time. That's kind of what we've been talking about and potentially expect. We'll have to see really what the boys can get done. But I think Super Frogs, this is a really good matchup for them.
How do you feel Super Frogs, who's their target in this one, Zico?
I think Super Frogs, they're going to be going after Chun-Li. In the earlier stages of the game, they're going to be forcing Chun-Li to port back because he's the highest burst person on the boys. He's the biggest threat, the guy that you want to get rid of, essentially. You do a lot of damage to him, maybe you get a touch of karma, then you do more damage, you get him to port away to safety, and then you look to Smexon, and when you're in that situation where Chun-Li goes away, that's when Cubsy can look for those drinks and set up that mana lead. And then, of course, later on in the game, I think Smexon should be the kill target. Death Strike is going to be affected by the dampening. It's going to be affected by all those, all his self-healing is going to be affected by the dampening, as well as the anti-magic shell as well is affected by it. So I think at that point, you kill Smexon. He's also very immobile, so once he kind of all-ins, he's stuck there. You go through his shields easily, and then he kind of is just sitting there. He has no real way of getting back to that pillar, similar to what a Windwalker can do with, you know, ride the wind, or he's just his transcendence.
You know, you look at this matchup, and obviously it's incredibly important for North America and who we see go to land. Like it is. But when you look big picture as well at these two teams, it really seems like North America all of a sudden has just formed perfect rosters. Everything just feels like it makes so much sense, Zico, especially when you see somebody like Smexon able to play so many different classes for his team that he looks so strong on when it does come to being kind of that melee expert in a lot of ways. And then also you have Snuts, who's kind of the multi-class god now.
Yes, Snuts playing the Shadow Priest, he plays Rogue, he plays Ellie Shaman, he plays everything, and Smexon as well actually is a main warrior, believe it or not. If you're not familiar with Smexon and you've been seeing him throughout these cups, he's been having a great performance on the DK, but his warrior is actually his main, so this guy has definitely been stepping up to the plate for his team. But I do want to say that I'm not a big fan of not having Shanimal in the game. I actually would have rather seen the Mage Lock Druid. I think Snuts might be a little bit exploitable here on the Shadow Priest. I'm not sure how practiced he is on this as they make a setup on him.
Great crowd control by the boys early on, trying desperately to bring this to a game 5. If they can manage to, Ashamines is already out of the pool. There's no really large maps available for the Super Frogs to counterpick the boys, but obviously Tolveron is going to be their most difficult hurdle to get over. But if they can get over it, they still stand a good chance of potentially overthrowing the Super Frogs in a reverse sweep. But with the pressure currently getting dished out by the Frogs, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. 2 targets low on health, multiple defensives exchanged in multiple places. Grecky's going to need to keep his head level to try and heal through this pressure, managing to recover. Snuts now being pushed back. It may be an exchange of Vampiric Embrace. Good trade on Snuts' part, rotating effectively with Cubsy.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see which affinities both of these Restoration Druids are using. I think Cubsy's actually going with the Feral affinity, so opting to get a little bit more aggressive in this matchup. Potentially, if Smexen and Chun-Li realize this, they could go after them, but the problem with that is Wealthy Man and Snuts will really be able to punish them if they can't take down Cubsy really quickly. Chun-Li now in center field, Snuts in void form, putting out a ton of pressure. This is the Icy Veins of Wealthy Man as well. Unfortunately, they really weren't able to get too many cooldowns. They got Goreki's Trinket, but outside of that, still the boys are looking really healthy.
Cubsy is not running Master Shapeshifter, though, as playing with a Shadow Priest and a Mage, they're going to be taking heavy fire. He probably can't spend that much time in cat form, so his main goal is to just have the mobility to run on the map and get drinks, and also re-stealth and add stuns to his team, whereas Grecky is running with the Master Shapeshifter, so he gets 25% more damage in cat form, and Grecky with that melee cleave, he definitely needs to get in the face of the opposing team and dish out counter pressure. Crowd control initiated by the boys, but they're still under fire. 2 targets dangerously low on health. You can tell that Bonded Souls change definitely affecting the boys' composition this week.
Yeah, definitely. Snuts a little bit low, but he stabilizes. Now a silence on a Gorecki with no trinket available. Cubsy throwing in some rats as well. Chun-Li forced to trade out his Touch of Karma. Now more of a vulnerable target in the matchup, and normally we don't see Chun-Li go with the Fortifying Brew, but opting into a little bit more defense in this matchup. He needs those windows of opportunity like I talked about. They have to get through with the Shadow Priest. They have to get through the Fade, the potential dispersion, as well as that Iron Bark if they really want to start finding win conditions in this game. But Snuts getting bursted down as he gets interrupted. Should be okay. Cubsy's still in a healthy spot. If we look at mana, Gorecki still has a little bit of a lead. I'm not sure if he was able to sneak away and get a drink just yet, but that is definitely important for the boys to stay ahead on mana.
Smexen running that Dark Simulacrum. We have to wait and see if he manages to steal any crowd control to add to his team for a big push. Snuts has been maxing out his damage quite effectively. We were kind of questioning whether or not he'd be the weak link, but so far he's doing so much damage. Chun-Li on the back foot, basically start to finish. Mind control at low health, denying Gorecki's Iron Bark. He needs to be careful he doesn't use that on the wrong target, not falling for that trap. Chun-Li now activating Touch of Death, trying to go for the kill. Cubsy and Snuts deny, activating their defense just in time, and now Snuts can look to get aggressive again with that full Insanity bar, the purple bar below his health. When that is full, he can go into Void form such as this and increase his damage, get access to Void Bolt, a big hard-hitting instant cast ability, and Chun-Li has to respect that Void form. Transcendence portal back to safety with his healer at the pillar, but they've left Smexen behind, and the Super Frogs will gladly cause damage his way.
Yeah, and Snuts actually going for full-on damage in this matchup, going crit, haste, as well as the Auspicious Spirits talent, so it's going to give him a lot of instant cast damage here, but make him vulnerable without that added versatility you would normally see a Shadow Priest pick up, potentially. Now double leg sweep onto Snuts. He's getting bursted down. I think that's the first dispersion of the game that Snuts has been forced into. Cubsy's still doing quite well on mana, activates the Innervate to easily top off Snuts, but the boys, they can't afford to be sitting in the open for too long, as all 3 members are potentially rotting down.
I mean, look at this pressure right now out from the Super Frogs. I do believe that Smexen was able to steal something effective there, potentially a polymorph. He was. He now polymorphs Cubsy. They switch targets to Wealthy Man. I like this swap. I think it's very important against the Restoration Druids that you switch targets frequently if you want to try and catch a target without life claim or expend the Druid's mana. They've been spending a lot of time on Snuts, but anytime they stack up, I would like to see the boys switch, and right now we see them swapping to Snuts again. Swapping around definitely important, but in the meantime, Cubsy has secured crowd control. Snuts is still on the back foot, even with Iron Bark struggling a bit to recover. Cubsy opts to use his Gladius Medallion to break out of paralysis. You do not normally want to break out of that crowd control with your medallion. It's the shortest one available for the boys. You'd much rather save that for something longer like a Bash or a Cyclone or Asphyxiate. So now Cubsy is behind. The boys are showing signs of life here in Game 4, but Smexen needs to stay in it a bit longer.
Yeah, he definitely does. He's in a lot of trouble. No anti-magic shell available. He grips over Wealthy Man, finds a Death Strike. Gorecki connects the Iron Bark, but Smexen not out of it yet. Beautiful crowd control here by Chun-Li, slowing down Snuts, getting some pressure for his team. Wealthy Man turning his attention to Chun-Li now as they look to get some damage rolling with his Psychic Horror onto Chun-Li. He still has a Touch of Karma, going to be trading that out onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man blinks away out into the open as Smexen and Chun-Li look to chase, incapacitate onto Cubsy into a stun. This could be the first ice block of Wealthy Man, but good kiting, good mind controls coming in from Snuts as well onto Chun-Li, really slowing down the boys and giving Cubsy some time to recover.
We see a silence on Gurecki. Chun-Li being pressured. Smexen low as well as we move into dampening. The damage isn't going to stop. Wealthy Man has been left open most of this game, maxing out his damage, and that is eventually going to be deadly. Smexen dips low. Now Snuts being counter-pressured, trying to drag them out in the open so Wealthy Man can potentially polymorph Gurecki, but not able to find it. Instead, we see Asphyxiate initiated by Smexen, really trying to lead the charge. Dark Simulacrum. What did Smexen manage to snag? We'll find out shortly. Snuts has to disperse. That's a cooldown overlap. The Super Frogs are starting to falter in terms of cooldown. They have a lead in regards to mana, and it's likely that they will be able to hold that with the composition in the map that they have selected, but they're not denying Gurecki's drink right now. Snuts moves into position, but he was able to deny at least some mana regeneration. Cubsy gets a significant lead in that regard. Cooldown's forced now from Smexen, but Snuts is still low. Caught in a stun, he can't void shift, and the boys are looking to move to game 5. They do it just in the nick of time. They overcome the most difficult map and difficult strategy the Super Frogs had for them, and they do it.
And this was something that, you know, we mentioned that we heard it from some of the players in the EU. It seemed like just such a strong composition. We see it in practice. It's looking very strong. It's putting out a lot of pressure. But do we think that the Bonded Souls changes are affecting the game as much as we necessarily thought that they were going to? Zico, or do melee cleaves still have the ability to roll through some of these wizard cleaves?
I think the melee cleaves still have the ability to roll through some of those wizards, but honestly, this was just an expertly done setup here. I mean, if you take a look at to the left of your screen, the Gladiator's Medallion of Cubsy is down, the Dispersion and the Gladiator's Medallion of Snuts is down, and the Ironbark is down. Gurecki gonna push in that Feral Affinity, and look at that nice double leg sweep, denying all of that healing, as well as the fact that Dispersion is down. This was just the boys honestly doing a really, really good play here, capitalizing on the mistake that the Super Frogs did earlier, overlapping that Dispersion with that Ironbark. Really, really nice and big punish there. And this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier. I wanted to see Chanimal in this matchup because frankly, Shanimals has just been on fire the entire series. I wanted to see that be a Mage Warlock Resto Druid matchup instead from the side of Super Frogs, and now they find themselves on match point. Do they want to pick a medium-sized map, play Roguelock Druid? Do they want to pick a big map? Or, actually, they don't have Ashamane's Fall, so they're going to be forced to pick a medium-sized map now, most likely Tiger's Peak, and now, all of a sudden, the series is swinging a little bit in the boys' favor. That coin flip that you were talking about, Rich, is definitely coming into effect here.
Maybe it's not, right? I mean, you can do all the Bernoulli distributions that you want to do. You can do statistics till you're blue in the face, but right now it looks like the boys may be able to beat math. It's such a hard series to take down win after win after win. A reverse sweep, though, may happen. We're going to find out. It seems like a series fitting of a Game 5. We're getting just that. Who is going to be that top team in North America? Super Frogs start out this day swinging. They pull down 2 wins. Now the boys are going to pull down 2 wins consecutively themselves. Game 5 going to be the decider. Whoever wins this gets to stay in the upper bracket. Both of these teams in a dead tie for the year, and that advantage could be huge.
Beautiful blink by Wealthy Man, dodging that double leg sweep. Wealthy Man was baiting Chun-Li to charge right in by standing on Snuts. Blinked 1 second before Chun-Li went for a stun and avoided it. That was some clutch play, a bit of a risky decision, but obviously the Super Frogs are alive and ready here for the Game 5. They believe in this composition. We are surprised to not see Chanimal come back in on that Destruction Warlock, but I guess they're going to chalk it up to mistakes were made. The boys, though, going after Wealthy Man, and on this smaller map, Tiger's Peak, switching targets is a lot easier. He gets bursted down. It's Game 5. You can't afford not to trade. Ice Block gets forced, overlapped with the Iron Bark, and the boys are bringing the heat.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think the main X factor in this game has been Gorecki on the Resto Druid. His ability to balance his Feral Affinity with offense and defense, push in, get the damage rolling when his team needs it. That's what we were missing from the boys in game number 1 and game number 2. When Gorecki's on his Resto Druid, the boys make me a believer.
Yep, they definitely do. I'm glad to see Gorecki back on that Feral Affinity, even though I think diversifying into that Mistweaver in the future would be crucial for their team overall. Right now, his Feral Affinity Restoration Druid is easily unparalleled with Druid play in the current build. Wealthy Man getting swapped too. I do like the boys switching their targeting up, really throwing Cubsy for a loop in terms of where he needs to dedicate the most amount of healing, although leaving Snuts open to develop momentum with the C2 members starting to rot down on the side of the boys. Gorecki just having a field day with his Feral Affinity, sneaking away, jumping into stealth, stunning up a target, and adding a lot of extra pressure for his team.
Yeah, definitely Gorecki looking for a Cyclone onto Snuts. He ended up fading it, so potentially they could swap over to Snuts now without that fade available. Nice grip into double leg sweep. Wealthy Man could be in some trouble. Potentially the second Ice Block coming in is looking to kite away. Snuts trying to counter pressure here into the Void Form, getting a lot of damage rolling onto all 3 members of the boys. Gorecki's going to have to play catch up here. He gets caught into a bash, activates the Bark Skin, and I really like Super Frogs punishing Gorecki a little bit more. When he's playing this aggressive with the Feral Affinity, I want to see them making swaps to him, put out pressure, making sure he has to really second guess himself. He's going to be moving in.
Gorecki gets bursted down, and as that Feral Affinity, you're a lot more fragile, so he definitely needs to be careful when he's navigating around the map. If the Super Frogs switch their attention to him, he could be a vulnerability for the team. His mana isn't looking too good, and that's because the boys are splitting their pressure and adding damage to multiple targets. It's really becoming difficult for Cubsy to dish out the healing he needs. Now he may need to look and try and sneak away for a drink to regenerate that mana, because Gorecki is starting to get a bit of a lead in that regard. And as the Wizard Cleave healer, you definitely don't want to fall behind in mana. That is your main win condition. You see Gorecki jumping into the fight. Triple crowd control initiated by the boys. Can Gorecki maybe get a clone? He's going to add some extra damage with a big Ferocious Bite. Wealthy Man gets life grip back to midfield. They desperately try to reconnect and force the Ice Block. They grip Wealthy Man out of line of sight. Drops that Frozen Orb to try and kite, but even that might not be enough. Is it going to be good night? Gorecki pushes forward, adding a bit of extra damage. They're trying to go all out for this second Ice Block, but they're not finding it. Gorecki spends too much time in midfield. Snuts is pressuring him away. He can't stay on target, and they don't get the block.
Yet Chun-Li still has his touch of death. This is a great moment in the match to actually go after it, and you can notice Wealthy Man's not playing Temporal Shield, so the only thing they really have to get through is that Iron Bark in this matchup. Gorecki getting swapped too as they continue the pressure onto Wealthy Man. Chun-Li still sitting on his touch of death. I have to wonder why he's not using it. I really feel like that would be the added damage they need to push through some of the defenses Wealthy Man has available and potentially get that Ice Block and make a swap over onto Snuts. Gorecki finding the re-stealth, asphyxiate onto Cubsy. Snuts a little bit of a vulnerable target here, but still doing fine. I think Cubsy or Gorecki was actually able to sneak away, regenerate his mana with that drink, and that is keeping the boys in this fight.
Snuts getting bursted down. He lands a double Psychic Scream onto both Smexon and Chun-Li to stall the fight out just a tad bit longer. Now looking to counter-aggress with tons of damage on that Frozen Orb. Wealthy Man trying to get some space, chuck out a couple of Frost Bolts. Gorecki re-hotting the team and likely to look for a re-stealth afterwards, try and add some extra stuns to the team, dispelling off those dots, jumping in for a big Ferocious Bite potentially here, and he gets punished though, jumping into the fight. Wealthy Man immediately switches to him. This is exactly what the Super Frogs needed to do. Gorecki responds, but he responds a little bit late. The damage isn't stopping. Just a tiny bit more to take down Gorecki. Chun-Li trying to support in the back line, maybe some Vivifies, any extra healing possible to allow Gorecki to stabilize. Gorecki's going to have to play a lot more safe. If he gets caught like that again, it's going to be curtains.
Well, this is match point as well. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams. Cubsy gets caught into the bash. He gets the Iron Bark onto Snuts preemptively. Snuts trying to kite away with the Fade, manages to escape. Wealthy Man looking for some polymorphs, really just trying to play defense for his team right now. Another polymorph secured onto Cubsy. That was stolen by Smexen, so Wealthy Man and Cubsy, they have to be very careful that Smexen isn't getting these very important spells with his Dark Simulacrum, because that's going to allow the boys to get the added crowd control they need to take someone down. Snuts, once again, he trades out his trinket preemptively before the Void Shift, and that's one of the reasons why they fell in the last game. Snuts had the Void Shift, but he didn't have the trinket available to get out of the leg sweep. And I really want to see Snuts be patient with that, as that is such a key part of their defense. Yeah, most certainly is. Wealthy Man getting pressured here. If they can get this block, maybe they can kill him on hypothermia pushing forward. Gorecki still has the mana lead. This is not looking good for the Super Frogs. The series is slipping away from their grasp. They had a significant lead, but now they're falling behind as the boys switch to their main composition, that bread and butter. Windwalker, Death Knight dealing tons of damage. Wealthy Man falling behind, trying to get space, but unable to escape. Gorecki leaps into the fight, adds a stun, immediately escapes to safety, doesn't want to get clotheslined by Snuts again, and possibly go down and throw the game for his team. Snuts backs Wealthy Man up, life gripping him back. Smexen though able to reconnect. Gorecki sneaks in again, adding just a tiny bit of extra damage. Gorecki has definitely changed his playstyle. He's not spending too much time in there, but he's adding just a little bit of damage that may be enough for his team to get this ice block here as they try to push for it. Cubsy not responding. Very interesting decision by Cubsy to not use Iron Bark here. Now using it potentially too late. It could be an overlap. They can't stay on target. Snuts is able to save the day. That was huge greed from the Super Frogs, but it ultimately pays off. It's got to be frustrating for the boys, having Wealthy Man so low and them just completely disrespecting the damage, ultimately holding on to that very crucial ice block in the matchup. Gorecki once again sneaking away, looking for a drink. We'll have to see if he can get some mana here. It's going to be really important for the boys. Cubsy almost completely tapped here, so if the boys can get that as a mana lead, it's going to be really crucial for the matchup. Snuts getting low as he gets bursted down, potentially. Could be the dispersion. Gorecki moves in for the crowd control on Cubsy. It's not over yet for Snuts. Could be his Void Shift moving forward. Smexen and Chun-Li still trying to reconnect on the Snuts. Cubsy does get out of the crowd control. Innervate active. Can easily catch up Snuts here, potentially. As Gorecki moves in, they have the damage to potentially take Snuts down. Cubsy looking to deflect it with the Iron Bark, but I don't know if that's potentially going to be enough. It may not be, as Chun-Li gets bursted. Touch of Karma forced to be traded. Now he's a huge vulnerability moving forward into dampening. Mana is starting to even out. It's still anyone's match here in game number 5 in the upper bracket between the two tied top teams at 300 points apiece. This tournament will allow one of them to get ahead of the other. It's very important for seeding moving into the spring finals land later this year. We're already on cup number 4. There's only 2 more cups left. You definitely need to secure as many points as possible. Good denial by Wealthy Man there onto the Cyclone of Gorecki, now opening an opportunity to kill Chun-Li, locking him down in center field with a bash. Wealthy Man gets peeled away by Smexen. Good defense on his part, stalling out a dangerous moment for his team. Yep, Snuts a little bit in trouble there, but Cubsy does manage to keep him alive with that Iron Bark. Now Wealthy Man getting swapped to, and this is what we kind of talked about, the boys switching between Snuts and Wealthy Man, forcing Cubsy to heal multiple targets and gives him an opportunity to get this kind of burst damage down. Wealthy Man blinks away, gets gripped back in by Smexen into the Fist of Fury of Chun-Li. Wealthy Man has to hold on. We've seen greedy plays from him so far in this matchup, but it has paid off. Wealthy Man also almost has his Icy Veins available. That's going to be a huge offensive push for Super Frogs when they decide to pull the trigger with that. Whoa! Chun-Li getting bursted down, no touch of Karma. Fortifying Brew looking to deflect the kill for now. Has the Diffuse Magic if he really needs it. Mana quite even still at this point, Sid. Yep, it's anyone's match at 20% dampening, and that's 20% healing reduction. It just keeps getting higher and higher. Eventually somebody will be going down, and it's at this point too close to call. Wealthy Man still has 2 ice blocks, potentially a lead for Super Frogs. Gorecki is now basically tapped on mana. It's going to be do or die. Potentially Gorecki just needs to go and get into the fight, deal some damage, and try and close this fight. He's trying to drink right now. Does anyone see him? I don't think anyone sees Gorecki. How much mana did he actually get is now the real question. He jumps in, lands a stun, got a significant amount of lead. Clutch drink by Gorecki, keeping his team in the fight here, trying to reverse sweep the Super Frogs. 3 in a row would be absolutely unbelievable. And if you're in the lower bracket, you're definitely terrified if either of these teams end up going down there. Now Cubsy's tapped. Gorecki has a lead. Snuts is getting bursted. Double stun lock combo by the boys. Nets them a dispersion as well as a bark skin. Cubsy prematurely expecting a swap, but they didn't actually commit it, so that's a bit of a throwaway on his bark skin. It may not result in too much, but we'll have to see if it plays out, if the boys look to punish that. Yeah, Gorecki once again looking for a re-stealth. He moves in, looking for crowd control on Cubsy. Manages to find him in stealth with the stun lock. Now Snuts in trouble. He doesn't have a trinket. If he gets caught into a stun, he could go down without the Void Shift once again. He's He's getting lower. He gets interrupted. He might potentially go down if they have the burst. Gladiator safeguard Brox as well. Ironbark from Cubsy, but if you look, Cubsy, he has no mana left. How is he going to keep Snuts alive? Innervate, the last thing Cubsy really has available to get additional healing out onto Snuts. Chun-Li and Spexen both rotting down as well. Wealthy Man creating huge amounts of counter pressure for his team. Greki has to respond with his own Ironbark. Fortifying Brew gets traded out by Chun-Li. They want to stay on target. Snuts getting lower. If they can get the Void Shift here, it's going to be huge for the boys.
They're pushing for it, but Chun-Li can't stay in the fight too much longer. He's falling behind. Greki's mana is starting to tap out as well, with Dampening ramping up to critical mass. Smexen trying to get the kill by himself onto Snuts. Chun-Li rolls over, lands the interrupt, denies the Void Shift. One more second. Snuts barely gets it, and in the meantime, Chun-Li falls on the push. The boys fought it out valiantly, but in the end, the Super Frogs leap ahead.
They managed to bring it all the way to that Game 5, and before we even got to this series, the win rates between these squads look so similar. The Super Frogs 30 and 15 on broadcast throughout the year. The boys 31 and 15 throughout the year. Now this series going to go the way of the Super Frogs. The fact that the boys managed to regain so much momentum is insane, but we kind of expect this one to maybe make it to a Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, just the first game is kind of telling of what to expect here. Two teams going head to head, you know, having cross kills, and even here this could also have just ended up in another cross kill situation. Both of these teams are so evenly matched, and you really got to give it out to the boys as well, managing to almost take down Snuts here with this interrupt. I really thought that Snuts might just go down before his Void Shift even happens, and this was one of the few opportunities for where Gorecki actually gets a little bit criticized for what he did there. He played a little bit overly aggressive. He had the mana lead there. He didn't really need to push in for the crowd control there towards the end. He could have just stayed back, made sure that Chun-Li was topped off. They already had the mana lead. There's no point crowd controlling the Druid there when he can't heal anyway. So a little bit of a blunder there, overly aggressive, but I mean, Gorecki played a phenomenal game throughout the entire series, and he has a very hard role as well. You can't really blame him for making something like that at the end of it.
Yeah, and that's only the first series of the day, folks. Now the boys are going to be dropping down to the lower side of the bracket to play against the Mew Mew Kitty Cats. Now, if I was the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, I would be I'd be the Mew Mew Scaredy Cats. I wouldn't want to have to play against the boys.
Yeah, the Mew Mew Scaredy Cats actually already got 3-0'd by the boys earlier in this tournament, so that's going to be a rematch for them, and I hope that the Mew Mew Kitty Cats has figured something out here, because the boys, even though they lost here, they really look like they are on point here. They could easily make a deep run in the lower bracket, and we could see this matchup again in the finals, unless of course Method Orange has something to say about that.
And I can't help but feel that the boys wasted the first two games running this Arms Warrior Windwalker monk composition. If they had just stuck with Windwalker Death Knight Wrestle Druid the entire series, I think that definitely could have gone a different way.
You know, the funny thing, until that last game, it was one of those series where both teams were losing on their counter picks. Like when they actually had the counter pick, that was when they were losing. So it was a really interesting series to watch, and you can see the skill that actually does come out. It's not as simple as, you know, we joke around obviously about math. We all know that math doesn't actually work, but what happens there is you see those 60-40 matchups going the opposite way. That comes down to skill. We see how strong they really are. We see their picks come into play. Now we know what is going to be happening in the lower bracket a little bit later on. It is going to be the Mew Mew Kitty Cats going against the boys. The boys definitely a team that isn't kidding around. But next up, it's going to be Method Orange playing against Never Lucky. And this is a really important matchup as well. Never Lucky is one of those teams trying to get that 4th spot. The top 4 teams from each region, based off of point standings, make it to land. Never Lucky wants to be one of those squads. Method Orange, on the other hand, wants to solidify their 3rd place, maybe move up the totem pole a little bit more. They have a rough start at the beginning of the year. Let's see what they can get going today. Method Orange and Never Lucky are going to be our next two teams. This is another series on the top side of the bracket. Method Orange currently with 200 points. Never Lucky in a situation where they really need to start getting a few more of these points if they want to be in that 4th place, or if they even want to get close to it. They definitely are close for now, but the more you fall behind this late in this season, the scarier it is going to get. My name is Rich. I'm joined by Venruki, Super Tees, and the birthday boy, Zico. Zico, what do you think of this matchup?
I think that Method Orange, no big surprises there. I think they're going to be running maybe the Demon Hunter, DK, as well as the Resto Shaman. They definitely are the favorite, I think, in this tournament between these two teams. And I think that Never Lucky, I think that their edge here potentially could be to run the same thing, but with the Resto Druid. I think that Colo on that Resto Druid could potentially give them the edge in this matchup if they want to go down that route, but it's really hard to predict, honestly, what Never Lucky is going to do, because it feels like every match, every week they pull out something different. These guys are full of surprises.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting when you have 2 healers on your roster and both of them also have a bunch of DPS options. That's something that Never Lucky's been trying to do, sometimes much to their demise, maybe spreading themselves a little bit too thin, but with more and more time to practice, a team like this that can multi-class so much becomes a greater and a greater threat. I'm kind of looking at their roads to actually get here to this matchup. It's pretty interesting to see that Method Orange actually did go against SSDS's team, the Foxos Banditos, I believe that's Logan's team, and then also the Geniuses Novos team. So some like big names that Method Orange had to actually go against to even get here. One thing in my mind right now, you can see 89% of you are voting for Method Orange. Never Lucky does have a real shot in this one, but I'm kind of curious. We saw Chuck tweeting out quite a bit that he wasn't necessarily having the best day. Do you think that may affect them at all, Venruki?
Well, I mean, definitely. I think he said he got food poisoning or something like that, so hopefully he's feeling better. He can focus up in this matchup. It looks like Never Lucky, they're going to be bringing in a Wind Walker Death Knight Mistweaver composition. I'm not sure how I like this. I feel like Method Orange, they're going to still have a clear mana advantage with Trill on that Demon Hunter. We'll just have to see exactly what Never Lucky can get done, as it looks like Mez is the main focus point for them. Very early on, getting bursted down. Sea-Doo, you can't make it be that close of a call. We've seen a lot of pressure from Windwalker Death Knight setups onto these Death Knights, and Sea-Doo has sort of struggled with the single target healing to keep him alive.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult for Sea-Doo. I'm curious to see. Colo is running Grapple Weapon, so he can remove Mez's weapon and deny Death Strike. Currently active right now with 3 seconds remaining. Mez cannot Death Strike. Zach trying to amplify the damage with that Fist of Fury and really put some pressure down, gripping Sea-Doo in for a double stun. Mez decides to respect the push, trading Icebound Fortitude, but even still starting to falter.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Icebound Fortitude is going to fade. Mez is getting lower and lower. Sea-Doo has to trade out the Spirit Link Totem, overlapped with his Ascendance. The pressure from Never Lucky is immense. Method Orange, I could easily see them following. Sea-Doo has to already use his Trinket. Any more crowd control on Sea-Doo, Mez could easily fall, and they're going to have to play very careful.
I mean, since those Bonded Soul healing changes, a lot of healing has been removed from the arena in general, and you can see the healers trying to readjust to that difference here in game number 1. Sea-Doo falling heavily behind, even with Mez respecting the damage and trading quite efficiently. Ended up having to use most of their defensive arsenal just to stay alive, and even still getting pressured to this point. Mez has been unable to use Runic Power on basically anything but Death Strike to stay alive, whereas Valido is having a lot easier of a time. But Trill is establishing a lead, unless Mez can just go down in that grapple weapon, denying the Death Strike. Darkness, if he gets a little bit unlucky, he may go down through it. They managed to stay alive, but the pressure is immense. The only thing not going for Never Lucky is their mana, and of course Trill is building that lead.
When you play against Trill, you are on a timer, no questions about it. Mez and Sea-Doo, they have to stay alive, buy Trill enough time to completely get Colo out of mana, and he's close, but Mez still in a lot of trouble. Really doesn't have too much left to work with. Uses the Asphyxiate on Zach to deny the Fist of Fury damage. If they can consistently lock that down, Mez might be able to survive, but low. Sea-Doo struggling to stay alive. Asphyxiate stun onto Sea-Doo. Mez looking to redirect some of that damage with the anti-magic shell. Still just kiting away. Gets used. Mez has no healing. The grapple weapon coming in huge for Colo. Do they have the damage to close this game out? Mez holding on by a thread. Sea-Doo doing everything he can, looking for the heals. Imprisonment. It looks like Trill coming back to back up Mez, but Mez still not out of it.
Colo just needs to go in aggressive and find the kill within this little window. He's almost out of mana. He has no other choice but to go for aggression, and maybe they take him out. They do. Never Lucky. Maybe lucky here in game number 1. I definitely don't think Method Orange were ready for that.
Yeah, that was such a close match. I don't think that was luck at all. Never Lucky coming in huge with some of their talents as well as the class picks that they did come in with. And I think Method Orange, they're going to have to respond with something. I don't know if the Restoration Shaman has the single target healing that they need to keep Mez alive in a high pressure situation like that.
I mean, you just look at the entire comp and how it does work. It does seem like a pretty clear answer in this situation. We have to talk about just how strong the grapple weapon really is against Death Knight. It's not just something that's going to be taking pressure away.
Yeah, that's the thing about the grapple weapon. It's such a nice adaptation. We can even see it right here. Denying Mez, he has full runic power, but he's just not able to use those death strikes to kind of top himself up. And with the double rings of pieces as well, you have additional ranged interrupts essentially for Sea-Doo. And when Mez does go down here, that earthen wall totem barely gonna be placed, but it's just not gonna be enough. Colo, that last bit of mana, look at his mana bar, completely tapped there. Having enough mana in the tank to activate that Way of the Crane and really push them over the limit there. And this is kind of what we talk about with Never Lucky. You really don't know what to expect for this team. They are always full of surprises, and they've really done their homework this time around. Having Colo bring in that Mistweaver, and all of a sudden having this big burst heavy comp to kind of try to counter the Death Knight pick here.
It's funny just how close that timer really is, though. You talk about going up against Trill, you have the timer because Colo is going to be getting thirsty very quickly there when we are going to see Mana Rift after Mana Rift after Mana Rift. And let's be honest, Trill, he doesn't miss those. But Supati's one of the things that I'm looking at while that's burning down, while we're getting close to the dynamite actually exploding one way or the other, I was like, are we actually going to see Colo just a little bit and not be able to go into that Way of the Crane? Because it was like this 30-second countdown where it's like, okay, Way of the Crane should be able to close this out. Mez isn't able to heal. He's stuck in that grapple weapon, and it's just ticking down. I'm like, does he even have enough mana here to use the Way of the Crane?
Yeah, everything just lined up perfectly for them right towards the end of the fight. If they didn't have that added damage, most certainly they wouldn't have been able to kill through the earthen wall totem. So definitely a little bit luck on their side, but now Sea-Doo's had a game to realize, okay, this is how much damage they're capable of. Maybe they make bigger trades earlier on so they don't have to overlap so much. They just respect the trade and use the Spirit Link Totem rather than overlapping it with the Icebound Fortitude, and they can spread their major defensive cooldowns out so that they can run Colo out of mana, because that's most certainly going to be effective.
It is just so crazy to look, though, at why this is so good. I obviously already brought up the grapple weapon, Zico, but when you look at the Death Knight, a lot of the times we're saying, okay, they're really not a target until you get to dampening, because what do? They hit Death Strike, and all of a sudden they're just mitigating so much of the pressure that is going into them. And now, this time around, Mez looks like the juiciest target on the planet.
Yeah, and a lot of Death Knights, they opt into a PvP talent called Transfusion, which is a 45-second cooldown and allows you to basically spam out a lot more Death Strikes as it reduces the runic power cost by 50%. So you can consistently spam out the Death Strikes, keep yourself alive. You know what is a direct counter to that? The grapple weapon. It's also a 45-second cooldown. So if you can line those up, which Colo was doing, it really denies a lot of that defense that Mez has available. And I think that's one of the main reasons they're actually able to land a kill in that game.
You turned Mez into a juicy little snack that time around. Are they going to be going to the buffet again, or do you think we'll see some things change that will make Mez a little bit more durable?
I actually expect both teams to run the same comps. I think the main difference is we're going to see a bigger map, and like you guys already mentioned as well, I think there was a little bit of a defensive overlap on the side of Method Orange. So if they clean that defense up, we were at the final push there in terms of how mana worked, and Never Lucky are going to lock in the same thing. I don't expect Method Orange really to change their comp either. I think it comes more down to just clean up your defense a little bit more, and again, had Trill gotten maybe one more mana rift or just burnt a little bit more of Colo's mana with damage, he wouldn't have been able to activate that final Way of the Crane. All of a sudden, Method Orange wins that. That game was a lot closer than what it looked.
There are a lot of ways to tax the mana too, besides the mana. I mean, look, Mez wasn't able to put out any pressure at all. Like, if you are able to maybe get away from that grapple weapon a little bit more, the pressure that comes out takes a little bit more mana. Maybe you don't see that initial come in. And I think the overlap you're referring to as well is the Spirit Link Ascendance that we saw, right? That's like first global of the game, right? The pressure comes out, and all of a sudden you do have to react. A little bit of an overreaction comes in, and that's one of the other things that I think you guys are kind of pointing out is the fact that Sea-Doo here, now he's ready for this pressure that's going to be coming in. You seem to know what is going to happen when we see Never Lucky going for the same composition. Zach, though, and Colo, got to talk about the fact as well. I think Colo was initially the Windwalker for this team when they started playing comps with Windwalker. I remember some of the games actually playing out with Colo on that. Now Zach really starting to fit into this role well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both Zach and Colo have been coming in huge with the different classes that they're able to bring. Colo seems to have taken on more of the healer responsibility, as Holy Paladins aren't necessarily the best in this particular meta, so Zach really not able to really shine in that role, has opted to play more DPS, and he was looking solid on the Windwalker Monk in this matchup. I think for Method Orange, there's a lot to consider here, because I feel like one of the main problems with Resto Shaman right now is their single target healing. If you're under pressure with single target damage, it is difficult to maintain and keep a target like a Death Knight up in this particular situation. So I think we might actually see Sea-Doo switch over to the Resto Druid.
I feel like if he does go on the Resto Druid, he could potentially be a target as well. So he's going to need to... Yeah. I think that's something to consider as well, just with the way of the Crane, triple kind of all in. I want Method Orange to continuously play on large maps as well, just because you're going to have the Death Knight's pets anyway, shutting down a lot of those drinks from Colo. You're also going to have Trill being able to be so mobile, kind of fly in and out and still land those mana rifts, but you're just going to have more space between Mez and Sea-Doo, and that's going to kind of lift the burden of that single target healing a little bit for him.
Yeah, I know that this is kind of just, you know, reading Twitter, which I do a lot, but you look at Sea-Doo too. He says he's not having a great day, right? Yeah, I think he backed into a car. He's got food. Like, it's the worst day ever. It's a pretty uncomfortable situation to be in. How important do you think, like, when I have a day like that, I put on a pink floral suit, you know? I get comfortable as possible, and I think that that's kind of what Sea-Doo might be doing here. He stays on the Shaman. It's one of his best classes. It's one of the strongest things that he really does have. Do you think that that just eases some of that discomfort that you have when you're vomiting?
You're basically alluding to the fact that it's a comfort pick for Sea-Doo at this point. Like, he's just going to be the most confident making those trades on the Restoration Shaman. This is probably the composition that these guys have the most practiced at this point, so you can't really blame them going with the Shaman. I'm curious to see if Sea-Doo will be able to keep Mez alive. There was a lot of close calls in that game, although they did make it to that final buzzer where Colo was out of mana. There's a few moments where they barely hung on.
I'm going to read this tweet. Woke up after 2 hours of sleep, have a massive headache, still feeling really sick to my stomach. Back to Cassie's car, into her dad's car. It's gonna be a long day. And it certainly is. It's looking like it could be a long series as well. Not a situation that you do want to be in. Sometimes, you know, Chuck and I, or Sea-Doo and I often say to each other, sometimes you're trying to eat soup and you don't have a bowl, and that's not the situation that you want to be in. Sea-Doo, that one was for you. Sid, you know, sometimes imagine being in a situation where your roommate is like playing a flute at like 3 a.m. or something like that. You would come into work, you'd be like a little bit tired. It would be hard.
I haven't done that to you ever. I actually haven't. I have played the flute, but not at 3 a.m.
How do you,
midstream.
How difficult do you think that that really does make it, though, in a situation like this, especially when we see Never Lucky firing on all cylinders, trying to get this 4th seat in the NA region and try to go to LAN?
I'm curious to see. I mean, they're looking solid with this composition. They look really strong, almost as if Zach has been playing Windwalker for an extended period of time, so they definitely have potential.
Hey, at the beginning of the day, I made a pretty bold prediction saying that Never Lucky is one of my favorite teams to actually make that jump into that 4th position, to make it to LAN, and you're starting to see why. This is a team that has never been scared to multi-class, never been scared to try new things, and by George, it seems like they have found an answer. Will Method Orange be able to return pressure this time around? Are we going to see Mez be the tastiest morsel that we ever have seen?
Yep, Sea-Doo gets away from that death grip of Valido. Valido looking for a potential interrupt as he trinkets out of the Hex and asphyxiate onto Sea-Doo. Good pressure on Mez already, but this is already a way better start for Method Orange. Mez has been able to stabilize, and this has sort of turned into a 2v2 and a 1v1 situation. Colo now, with the way the Crane going to be moving forward, trying to add that extra damage onto Mez, but Sea-Doo playing so far back, preemptively healing with the healing waves, and this is kind of what we talked about. Is Method Orange, they're respecting the damage a lot more, trading out earlier on. Trill's already used his darkness. He does not want Mez to fall behind.
Sea-Doo's had a game to readjust. He's going to be turreting out healing waves max distance, but he's caught in crowd controls. Never Lucky try to lead the charge. I do believe that Mez has opted to drop Icebound Fortitude for Lichborn, so he can more frequently trade a defensive cooldown, but it's one that he cannot activate in a stun, so he needs to be careful as he doesn't have Gladiator's Medallion to access that Lichborn ability. In the meantime, pressure is swinging in favor of Method Orange. Of course, Trill's main objective to be nailing these imprisonments into mana rifts, currently nailing one right now onto Colo. Colo 9 seconds away from Away of the Crane, looking to make a push with that grapple weapon. Good cross crowd control by Never Lucky. They've definitely come prepared here in the upper bracket, looking to tear apart and try and overthrow Storm's 4th place position in points.
Yep, Mez manages to get topped off. All 3 members of Never Lucky low. Colo responds with the Way of the Crane, immediately topping everyone and trying to add that little bit of extra damage. Sea-Doo does respond with the Earthen Shield Totem, but with the beautiful Ring of Peace, Mez potentially could be knocked out of that, but no, he's not going anywhere with the Lichborn. I think he's immune to those knockback effects, so unfortunately that counter from Zach isn't going to be doing much to Mez, and he's able to comfortably sit in the defensive wall of Sea-Doo's Earthen Shield Totem.
Yeah, good defense by Method Orange overall. Sea-Doo is expending a lot more mana in this game. He knows he's going to have the lead. He just needs to stabilize Mez and keep him topped off, and has readjusted quite well here in game number 2 against Never Lucky. But of course, Colo is going to be the X factor. He's on the clock. He has to set up the team with grapple weapons and Way of the Crane pushes before he's burned out on mana. Currently engaging in an attack right now. Mez exchanged his defensive cooldowns with that anti-magic shield. Not going to be the most potent against 2 monks. Colo starting to fall behind. The pressure starting to go in favor of Method Orange. Bringing a piece to protect Colo. He has to fake cast multiple ranged interrupts. He's going to duck around the corner on the balcony maybe? No, he goes for the Way of the Crane. Colo says, this is it. We got to get a kill. I'm out of mana.
Yeah, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. Once again, Sea-Doo deflects with the Earthen Shield Totem. Mez looking to redirect his damage onto Colo. Colo could be in some trouble here. Almost completely tapped on mana. Way of the Crane is going to fade shortly. Life Cocoon, the last line of defense to keep Colo alive, but Trill in hot pursuit. Mez has to just stay alive a little bit longer. Sea-Doo trades out his trinket, still has the Spirit Link Totem if he really needs it. Mez could be a little bit vulnerable here, but Never Lucky, they're running out of time quickly.
They actually got the Spirit Link Totem. This could be a race to the finish. Mez is still getting pressured even without Colo's assistance. That next grapple weapon, Mez down at half. No trade for 5. Managing to stay alive anyway. Sea-Doo expending a lot of mana to recover through that. That needed to be the kill for Colo. I mean, look at his mana. It is not looking good. His health is down to half. Mez is building pressure onto the 2 other targets as well. Trill needs to try and solo Colo before Mez goes down. Sea-Doo's almost tapped now. He's caught into a stun. Do they have a paralysis out of this leg sweep is the real question. Doesn't look like it. Sea-Doo activating that Maledict, trying to really lead the charge for the team. Colo's falling behind. He's just begging for that Mana Tea to come off cooldown so he can hopefully get enough mana for one more Way of the Crane, because they're going to need it to try and get a kill, I think.
They have the Life Cocoon, but Colo completely tapped on mana, activating every man for himself to get out of that final stun. He wants to hold on to this last little bit of mana. In desperation, the Life Cocoon comes out from Colo to keep himself alive. Sea-Doo's mana now not looking great. This is still anyone's game, but Mez still has the safety of Trill's Darkness if they really need it. Method Orange is looking really good here.
Yeah, it's looking better and better for Method Orange. Colo doing his best to heal with now the grapple weapon attempt here. There's no defense for Mez. Darkness is the last thing. Trill needs to be in position. He moves over. He doesn't trade, and then he leaves Mez behind. This could be dangerous. Trill trying to get aggressive, but leaving Mez behind. Maybe he's fine. Doesn't look like he needs it just yet. Trill just trying to end the game. Colo doing everything he can to stay alive with basically no mana left, doing phenomenally. Bolito and Zach supporting themselves quite effectively as well. Colo kiting around the map, finally getting caught in a stun. Mez still being pressured, and Sea-Doo is suddenly out of mana as well. This is going to be a race to the finish.
Yeah, Colo low. He manages to escape with a Chi Torpedo. Trill in hot pursuit. Mez left all alone. Sea-Doo in a leg sweep. Anti-Magic Cell looking to deny. Trill cannot leave Mez again without that darkness. He wants to be able to trade a little bit here. Colo's still left out of mana, but Trill wants to make sure he's not able to comfortably regenerate at any point. Colo actually using his grapple weapon onto Trill, so now Mez is going to be feeling very comfortable to get those death strikes off in order to survive.
Touch of Death!
Big burst damage once again. Touch of Death goes off from Zach. Mez still in critical condition here at 50% health. Darkness gets traded out, but after that, Method Orange could be in a lot of trouble.
They've got crowd control on the Sea-Doo. Never Lucky could be moving to match point. There's nothing left for Mez. He's just getting destroyed by Never Lucky. Barely hanging on. Sea-Doo gets interrupted. Looking for a Hex. Not able to find that. Colo is basically still tapped on mana, but Mez is still low. Sea-Doo's tapped on mana, and Mez is going to fall first. Never Lucky put Method Orange on match point.
You gotta look at the fact too that we saw that win condition happen. Trill sucked all the mana away. There was no mana left. We thought that this was going to be the thing that allows them to win, and all of a sudden, Never Lucky, they're able to do it again.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, Trill's getting them out of mana, but they have no coordinated assault. Like we kind of talked about, Mez really isn't able to get out that much damage, spamming out a lot of death strikes in order to keep himself healthy. Colo with a great job kiting around the map, using Grapple Weapon on Trill to limit some of his damage, and it was nicely done by Never Lucky.
Yeah, and like you just mentioned, Ben, as well, that Trill has been chasing Colo pretty much the entirety of the game, and alone he's not going to really take Colo down, especially for dampening here. And this has just allowed Zach and Velido to kind of just do whatever they want here. Very, very late on in the match, they finally go onto Zach, and he's just going to touch of Karma kind of offensively to try to close out the match, and they managed to do it. And what I want to see from Method Orange when they are in a situation like this is have Mez send his pet onto Colo, have Trill apply pressure to the Windwalker. That way you're lifting Sidu's burden of healing that much, because Sidu had like 40% mana when Colo actually was out of mana, so they had a lot of mana to work with. But slowly but surely, Never Lucky kind of just managed to wither down that mana bar and then find a kill there onto Mez, because we know Mez is the juicy target. So they just need to assault the melees after that point and have Sidu kind of chase the enemy healer together with Mespet, similar to what we saw from them last week, similar to what we see from Method Black when they are in that situation where Raikou has burned somebody out of mana.
How many games can you think of that you see Method Orange and you say, oh yeah, they just didn't have any pressure at all during that game? Because we just saw 2 in a row. Never Lucky looking to close this one up nice and quickly. Never Lucky on an absolute tear right now. You're looking at the stage where 2 years ago, a team called Method Synergy was able to win a tournament. If you remember that lineup, it was Maldiva, but also it was Mez, Trill, and Colo. Colo now 2 years later looking to take down his former teammates. It took a little while to get this matchup. Now we're going to see it play out, and it looks like Colo has the exact answer he needs with this team that he has formed, a team that has never been scared to go for a counter comp play. And here they're making Mez, usually somebody who just looks like a bulwark, to be completely honest, making him look like a piece of paper.
Yeah, I mean, they found a really nice composition to dismantle Mez.
Ow.
Sorry.
So, I think at this point, maybe Method Orange should just consider, maybe they should consider bringing in Seadrew and bringing it to a large map. Again, if they play this matchup on a smaller map or even a medium-sized map, I think Seadrew is going to be a target for Never Lucky, but on this map I think he can definitely get away with playing the Resto Druid, and like you kind of mentioned, Van, it seems to be the better option here with their backs against the wall to maybe bring out that Resto Druid instead of the Shaman and kind of just try to outplay those all-in attempts that potentially could happen.
How do we see Method Orange create pressure here, Supatis? That's been the main thing. Obviously, we talk about Mez being torn to shreds when he is going to have that weapon out of his hands and he can't get those death strikes off, so he can't heal himself. But how do we see Method Orange right now? They're going against that same comp. How do we see them create pressure?
I mean, Method Orange's composition isn't known for pressure. It's known for stalling and dragging the game out, and they did do that last time, and they had a significant lead for a long time and just couldn't close the game out. So potentially the Windwalker Death Knight aggression can overcome these stall-based tactics since the recent changes coming into that Bonded Souls Azerite trade.
Yeah, and I think one of the main mistakes Method Orange made in the last game was Trill. Once he gets Colo out of mana, he needs to come back and start pressuring down the Windwalker Monk of Zach. And that's going to tax Colo's mana even more, and I don't think he's going to be able to afford to go for those drinks. But Method Orange, for sure, at some point in the game, need to converge on the same target to try to actually take someone down.
We've talked about a lot of different things. We've talked about all of the reasons that Never Lucky doesn't need luck on their side. They just need to keep on going for the plan that they have had. But you need to think about how much this really does shake up North America if we send Method Orange down to that lower bracket. You thought that they were safe in third place. You thought that they were safe to go to LAN. Colo is looking to prove you wrong.
Yep, Colo definitely out for vengeance here against his former teammates Mez and Trill. It's been a long time coming, but he's got the best opportunity he's ever had to try and smack him down to the lower bracket. Only needed one more win on the board. They're actually going for Seadrew, trying to exploit that weakness potentially of it being his alternate healer. They're really cooking up a lot of pressure. Let's see how he deals with it.
Yeah, Seadrew cutting away right now in Travel 4, managing to get away. And one of the problems with sitting on Seadrew for a long time is it allows Mez to consistently spam out the chains of ice, and it can become difficult eventually for the Windwalker Monk to stay on target. Trill still just going to be sitting on Colo, trying to run him out of mana as soon as possible. Seadrew trades out basically everything. He's already used his trinket. Now Iron Bark, Bark Skin as well, not available. If they can get another stun on Seadrew, I can easily see him falling.
Ring of Peace pinning Seadrew back into the opposing team as he tries to jump to safety. No death grip for Valido. Zach and Valido getting peeled away by Mez. Seadrew makes his getaway. Colo rolls in. Maybe he's going to hold Seadrew down because, I mean, 15 more seconds on that bar skin. If Seadrew gets stunned out of bear form, he could easily die. He gets into bear form right before that stun. They still have darkness to rely on. It's unlikely that we see Seadrew go down, but the pressure is mounting. It's all on Seadrew's shoulders to try and keep his team in the upper bracket.
Yeah, Zach commits the touch of karma. They're looking to go all in, as well as the way of the crane from Colo to top off his team. Seadrew in a lot of trouble. He has the Iron Bark. Is he going to trade it out? They're all over him. Can he get away? He's in bear form, cutting through a lot of this damage. Mez trying to do everything he can. Now a full stun on Seadrew outside of bear form, but with that Iron Bark, he should be sitting quite comfortably.
Yep, that mana lead establishing itself. Method Orange just have to stall and stay alive. But will they be able to? Never Lucky are relentless in their assaults. These Rings of Peace have been perfect, pulling Seadrew back into the team and allowing all three members of Never Lucky to connect. And it's all about uptime and staying on target. But a triple stun secured for Trill. The counter pressure will be high for Method Orange as the opposing team stacks up as well. We see multiple players low on health. Colo with not much mana remaining, not many defense as well for Zach. How is he going to make it out of this? He needs to abort. He ports, but he ports in line of sight. Trill moves over, not able to take him down. Colo recovers. He's got one more Way of the Crane left in the bank. This Way of the Crane needs to get a kill, but it would be a throw for Method Orange to go down to it.
Yeah, nicely done by Mez to keep him alive. Zach all over, has the Ride the Wind available for Valido and Colo as all three members looking to take down Sea-Doo. It is do or die for Never Lucky. They have to get a kill here with this final push. Imprisonment on Colo denies a lot of his damage. Sea-Doo in bear form with the preemptive Iron Bar. Can he survive? He has a few more seconds left. Darkness gets
Ring of Peace.
out. Ring of Peace. Sea-Doo's still in a lot of trouble. Barksian is just looking to get away. Another Ring of Peace denies. Sea-Doo has to hold on just a little bit longer. Does he manage to escape and get away? Zach there to reconnect with the Touch of Death. Sea-Doo's so scared at this point.
I mean, he could easily fall at any point. That Touch of Death is about to explode. It's going to do huge damage. Colo's done it. Colo has done it. Never Lucky going to be 3-0ing the reigning BlizzCon champions, Method Orange.
Colo is going to be able to pull Sea-Doo apart, the man that took his spot with his former teammates. Colo is going to stay in the top side of the bracket. The reigning BlizzCon champions are going to be facing elimination later today.
Whoa, I just realized we have the boys and Method Orange in the lower bracket. They could potentially be facing off later as well. What an insane performance by Never Lucky here. This composition, kind of like I mentioned, they want to go after Sea-Doo if he plays that Resto Druid, and that Ring of Peace is so key in denying that darkness. 2 Rings of Pieces, everybody is just being knocked around here. Sea-Doo as well, here barely gets around the corner. Valido doing such a great job with that Death Grip right there as well, and the Touch of Death combined with Colo's damage, combined with Valido, there it is, exploding on Sea-Doo and taking him down. That's gonna be enough really to close out the series, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, and we all know Colo hates dampening, so he's able to fight dampening in that matchup as well. But when we take a look at the bracket, it is crazy. One of the reasons I was talking about that third place not necessarily being something that is going to, Method Orange is going to be able to hold on to easily now, is because of that potential matchup with the boys. So Method Orange is going to fall down to playing against Storm. So already a difficult matchup. We already know that this is a team that has very strong comps in the current meta, and funny enough, former teammates as well. Maldiva now going to be going into those former teammates. This is kind of one of those days where that Method synergy, that it's been a while since we talked about that roster, 2 years ago, but seeing them go head to head to head. Method Orange versus Storm, that's going to be a little bit later on in the day. Next, it's the boys against the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, and then we could potentially see the boys in Method Orange go to the lower semis. Only one of them gets to make it that far. So if you do see Method Orange fall down, all of a sudden, Zico, it does start to become a talking point whether or not they drop to 4th.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Method Orange, they missed that first cup. They need to consistently have good performances. Right now, they're looking kind of safe in terms of overall points for qualifying for Springland, but all of a sudden, if Storm beats them out, and Storm has a good run in the lower bracket, beating out maybe the boys as well, and then we have Never Lucky having a good run in the upper portion of the bracket, both of those teams could potentially leap up in the standings and really start contending with Method Orange. So if you're Never Lucky right now, you definitely want Method Orange to be beating out Storm, because Storm has, I think, about 30 points more than Never Lucky here. We can have a look.
132 entering today.
Yeah, so 32 points more on the side of Storm compared to Never Lucky, and they're both kind of on the edge of that bubble in terms of the overall standing. So this is very, very close. This could be anyone's game. And also we have the Mew Mew Kitty Cats as well. They're going to be on 84 points there. So if they get knocked down by the boys, all of a sudden, Never Lucky could potentially be pulling ahead from Storm and Mew Mew Kitty Cats in the standings. The move also not going to be in this tournament, didn't make it to the top 8. All of a sudden, it's looking like Never Lucky could have that breakout performance that we've been asking for.
It's a mosh pit from 5 to 8. Like, it's actually from 4 to 8. Even from 3 to 8. Yeah, it's just an absolute mosh pit. You just have 2 teams that are so far ahead of everyone. Realistically, you expect to see the first matchup of the day be a rematch that we see on Sunday. That's potentially the first match that we see from NA and the last match that we see from NA. They just have looked so good. But even if you say that you feel relatively safe about Method Orange, getting to the first LAN, how do you feel about them getting all of the way deeper in the year with what we're seeing from some of these other teams? This is what we need to be thinking about, but we also do need to be thinking about our next matchup. We've already alluded to it. You can vote for it right now. It's going to be the boys, one of those top dogs, going against I was gonna call some cats because I said top dog, some cat. The Mew Kitty Cats. The Mew Kitty Cats are going to be trying to grab a victory against the boys. Will the Mew Kitty Cats be able to do it? It's a brand new name for the same team that you have seen with Jamilian Rubcub. We're gonna find out what they can do after this. There's a pretty popular clip from C2 Stream where Mav moved on him, and that was kind of what that last series looked like. Colo ran away with that one, and now we're about to get into the next matchup. 2 elimination series now coming up for the rest of the day. Method Orange is going to be one of them a little bit later on. Will they be able to re-establish the cadence that they've had in the last few tournaments? Will they be able to bring down the Storm? Well, first we need to figure out who is going to move forward in the Mew Mew Kitty Cats matchup against the boys. And you know, if you do try to predict what we expect to happen, you expect the boys to be playing against Method Orange potentially, but now we're going to see Rubcub once again coming out on the Paladin. Let's see what he's able to get done here. Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this composition from the boys. Jamili actually locking in the Arcane Mage, and I think the Demon Hunter is a little bit better of an answer than that Death Knight. He has so much mobility, the range interrupt is really going to be able to slow down Jamili if he has to in this matchup.
I'm very curious to see how Rubcub performs here, going back to the bread and butter, that Rogue Mage Paladin that we know and love from the former team of the Rejects, now Mew Mew Kitty Cats here. Game 1, lower bracket, the boys off the back of a 2-3 loss to the Super Frogs. Definitely might be feeling some pain from that loss, but bringing in Thugonomics, seeing his debut with that Demon Hunter here today. That Mana Rift is going to be super effective. Chun-Li getting isolated and bursted down. Multiple defensive cooldowns pulled from the boys early on, and this Mage Rogue is definitely putting up the pressure.
Chun-Li's used everything. The boys, they don't have a single defensive cooldown left besides the darkness. Chun-Li still having to run away as all 3 members of M2KC charging in. Kidney shot now secured on Chun-Li with the smoke bomb. Kleptomania.
Well then.
And that's it.
Well met.
M2KC, immense pressure the entire game, and Chun-Li falls way faster than I would have ever expected.
As a well-known Paladin would say, well met.
Well met.
Well met.
I got so it's Zico's birthday, so I got myself a cupcake, and I didn't even finish unwrapping the cupcake.
You didn't get him one?
No, I got myself a cupcake. It's really hard to find veganic cupcakes out here, but I didn't even get to take a bite of the cupcake. Zico, how on earth did we have a game go so quickly in favor of the Mew Mew Kitty Cats?
Well, I think that it comes down to a little bit of disrespect on the side of Gorecki. They felt so far behind because Gorecki decided to sit through that blind sap. Got a long, nice CC chain. Rubcub playing that blinding light as well is a little bit of a surprise there from Rubcub, of course, as well as that blessing of protection that Rubcub currently has on a 5-minute cooldown under his frame is going to be able to remove that touch of karma, that defense from the Windwalker. Roasties as well, following up that chain with that smoke bomb as well. So honestly, just trinket the blind Gorecki. It's fine. You're not gonna die. You have darkness on your side. You have a Windwalker who has paralyzed. You have a lot of different ways to survive that swap or that all-in if it does happen to you. And I think that this was kind of a blunder here, more than it was a blunder, but it was also punished by the Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
I mean, if the Mew Mew Kitty Cats are able to take this entire series, think about how crazy that actually makes the bracket, right?
Oh.
Because we right now have 2 teams with 300 points coming into this tournament, and all of a sudden, if we start to see one of them not soak up all of the points, if the boys aren't soaking up so many of the points, that does create an opening.
Yeah, definitely for the other teams. If the boys aren't getting those points, that's more points available to some of these teams on that bubble position. And for M2KC or Mew Mew Kitty Cats, that's definitely the position that they want to be. If they can close down the series and slowly move through the lower bracket of this tournament, they could secure themselves in that 4th place position or potentially get close to that 3rd place position.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Sid, it's pretty clear that the Mew Mew Kitty Cats really aren't kidding around.
Yeah, most certainly. I'm glad to see Rubcub back on the Paladin. I feel like I missed him, even if Paladin is not necessarily in the strongest position. He's always been kind of the one to hold the hammer regardless of the dark times. And in Game 1, playing that blinding light talent, which is an all-in talent. I wasn't expecting that when they were playing with the Arcane Mage. I was expecting them to stall the game. So they really just brought up the heat, brought in a strategy that I think the boys weren't prepared for. And obviously, since those recent changes to Focus Growth and Bonded Souls, it does put Gorecki's composition in a weaker position. I didn't expect it to be that much so, but Spell Steal can remove a lot of heal over time effects, especially that very expensive one, Life Bloom, and as Arcane, you can spam out Spell Steal, which we saw during the Smoke Bomb. So this tactic could work for them for the rest of the series, or Gorecki may have to change healers.
Do you think that might be the thing that does change here, Zico?
I don't think so, honestly. I think the boys probably gonna lock in some kind of Windwalker DK, or maybe even honestly, I think the blind pick went in the favor of the boys. I think what it came down to really was just sitting through the blind and getting really punished for it. I mean, you gotta respect that there's a blessing of protection that can remove your touch of karma, and they are going to be playing the same composition. I honestly don't find it very surprising. However, the map pick could potentially be punishing here. The Mew Mew Kitty Cats could look to pounce onto Gorecki.
Yeah.
And take out one of their own.
Man. All right, so when we do look at the Paladin, why all of a sudden is Rubcub able to play it? We saw him going on to the Druid quite a bit. Why all of a sudden? Is it because of those changes, or do you think that it's just going for the comfort pick?
Well, I think it's a combination, right? It's definitely, I mean, Druids got nerfed recently with the changes. Bonded Souls also got nerfed. These are two changes that for sure kind of hurt the boys because they were definitely playing to that meta. And, I mean, the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, they weren't really playing those cleave setups, and they really aren't playing those Druids anyway. I mean, Rubcub, we like to refer to him as, you know, the last Paladin. So I think it's a mix of the two, but definitely the meta is favoring the Mew Mew Kitty Cats more than last week. And I mean, I think they're just playing to that strength of them as a team. I think the real surprising thing is that they're bringing in Roasties over Seth. Usually we see this composition with a Windwalker from the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, but now they are playing it with a Rogue, and it looks even better.
Yeah, I mean, the last Paladin that we saw grab a win was Zach, and he was playing Monk. We don't see many Paladins here. Rubcub is going to be that last shining light. Already one win for M2KC. Will they be able to get on match point against the boys?
You see Rubcub getting stunned up by the team of the boys. Curious if Thugonomics is actually running Mana Rift in this build. He's definitely not really been one to enjoy that strategy overall, and he actually is not running the Mana Rift. So Thugonomics and Chun-Li are going to be more focused on burst windows and setup opportunities. They don't have that guaranteed mana victory, and right now Thugonomics is falling behind, exchanging Blur for this initial attack. Counterspell also nailed by Jamile, putting Thugonomics further behind and likely going to cost them an Iron Bark here if the spell steals can come in and steal some of those heal over time effects. Gorecki's spending a lot of time in cat form. A little bit disrespectful, but does manage to stabilize. I love the swaps that are happening right now from M2KC. Very important again in this Resto Druid meta that you're switching targets frequently.
Yeah, definitely really important. And one thing to note as well, for Mew Mew Kitty Cats, the reason they're in the lower bracket right now is they had a close series against the boys earlier on in this tournament. It was a 3-2 series, and that's what sent them there. So picking up that first win in this matchup, obviously going to be very important for M2KC. Jamili getting targeted down right now. They're trying to slow him down just a little bit, but I know Thugonomics might not like the playstyle of Mana Rift, but that definitely plays into one of the win conditions the boys have available. And without that talent, I feel like the boys are potentially throwing away a huge opportunity.
We know Thugonomics for big Chaos Bolts. He loves just getting aggressive and doing tons of damage, so it's not surprising to me that he refuses to play that stall-based tactic Demon Hunter play. He's never done that. He's always been the Fel Barrage Demon Hunter, although in this case, Fel Barrage not going to be a viable option, but always about burst and coordinating with Chun-Li in the past, so it's not surprising to see him go for this aggressive strategy. But when facing a Paladin, I agree, Mana Rift would just secure you the game into the late stages. So even though you don't burst down a target, you can just win on mana. Jamili has been nailing multiple counter spells. That blue icon next to Gorecki means he can't heal while it is up there on the screen. Unfortunately, no damage to follow it up. The pressure from M2K is much lower this time around. They're playing it more patiently. They've held on to Arcane Power. Now pulling the trigger on Vendetta, dropping down a Smoke Bomb. Chun-Li immediately responds. Thugonomics backs him up, and now Roasties is the one falling behind. They switch to Jamili after Evasion is activated. Pressure on 2 points. Jamili gets knocked down out of line of sight, able to blink back to Rubcub's side. Gorecki now moving across the map to get to the boxes, so he doesn't need to deal with Rubcub. Rubcub sees him trying to escape in hot pursuit, looking likely for a Hammer of Justice. Rubcub chasing Gorecki, but Gorecki restells. Rubcub trinkets and responds. Immediately Iron Barks, but overlaps with a touch of karma. I think it was a necessary overlap. Nice sap out of the Hammer of Justice there by Roasties as they look to close this game out on map number 2. Triple stun by Thugonomics, stalls it out. Darkness saves the day, but now having burned through basically every major defensive cooldown, Chun-Li needs to be careful.
Yeah, he definitely does. And Roasties, or sorry, Jamili still has the Arcane Power available. Gorecki with really no response. But M2KC, although they had a nice setup, they are falling a little bit behind here. Rub Cub has to play catch up. Now full bash secured onto Jamili. This could be his first and potentially only ice block of the game. Greater invisibility, going to be trying to stall that out, but unfortunately now overlapped with the ice block. Jamili does not have many defensives left in order to survive, and things are starting to really stabilize here for the boys.
Yeah, the boys have that mana advantage, which is what we expect with the Druid versus Paladin matchup. Let's see, they've got the ice block out of the way. Roasties is an exposed target. It's really not looking too good for M2KC right now, and they're in desperation. They go for a swap on Gorecki. With that Feral Affinity, I'm surprised that they haven't attempted this sooner. You can definitely burst him down. Huge damage, Ring of Peace. Will that be enough to stabilize? I would just like to see them train Gorecki now for the rest of the game. Spam Spell Steal and just finish him off. Really punish that Feral Affinity. You definitely can. As Rogue Maids are trying to stay on target. Gorecki doing everything he can, placing that Efflorescence, that green circle. Cannot be spell stolen. Trying to access as many heal over time effects as possible. Managing to escape, but one more swap to him, and they could close the game out. They don't have much time to do it, though.
Yeah, but Roasties does have the Vendetta, so if they can find that swap, they can definitely close out the game. Hugging now into a Polymorph. Jamili getting low. Rub has to keep him alive. He still has his Divine Shield, but may not have the healing. Ultimate Sacrifice going to be used to keep Jamili alive. Roasties looking to reconnect onto Gorecki, but you can see Chun-Li, he's playing a solid defense, making sure him and Gorecki are staying together in this situation. Roasties gets the full kidney shot, but Jamili's not there to really get any damage rolling. Unfortunately, that kill attempt was wasted by M2KC. Now Rub Cup potentially completely out of mana. Jamili still getting taken down. Has to activate the Temporal Shield as he's kiting away, but now it just seems like M2KC, they're not confident in pushing in. Jamili doesn't have the defensive abilities he really needs to stay alive, and they're just not getting a coordinated assault against the boys.
I mean, there's no window. It was lost. They needed to kill Gorecki on that last push. Now all defense available. I guess they've managed to now get the Glider's Medallion. Roasty's getting it. And I mean, it's do or die. They have to kill Gorecki. It's the only option, and I'm sure that Gorecki knows that. He's just going to max out his heal over time effect, stay out of line of sight, and it's unlikely that Roasty can solo him. Jamili looking to go down here in game number 2 as the boys bite back.
The boys are going to be able to turn it back around, tie up the series. Definitely the favorite in this one. But Zico, what does the rest of the series look like for you? We have 2 data points now, 2 different results. What do you think the rest of the series is going to have in store?
I think that the biggest thing now for the Mew Mew Kitty Cats is to don't lock in a big map.
Yeah.
Especially Tolveron. Not because it's a sandbox, but because it's too big of a map, it's too big of a risk to lock in that map. If you lock in a medium-sized map, then you kind of still have that potential to change up your composition to maybe Windwalker. You can maybe even get Rub Cup on his own Resto Druid. Instead, you have this small map. It's always going to favor the boys. They always like to play these cleave compositions, but they also have Thug on that Destro Warlocks, right? So if you lock in too big of a map, that's going to be a problem, but at the same time, you don't want to go small. So I think Tiger's Peak would be an intelligent map selection for the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, and I think that this game in particular came down to 2 things. Number 1, they went after Gorecki way too late. We already kind of called it in the blind. Gorecki should be maybe the main point here of pressure. You made him second guess sitting that blind last game. This game, blind him. He's going to trinket, and then you're kind of in his head a little bit. You can maybe go ahead and try to punish that trinket, and you can use the small map to your advantage that way. Instead, we saw them still go on to Chun-Li, and then afterwards chase Gorecki. I don't want to see that. I want to see full-on aggression on Gorecki on the small maps, and then on the medium-sized maps, they can change up their strategy a little bit.
Well, a lot of what we have seen from the Mew Mew Kitty Cats already has been very amusing, but the question is, will they need to switch anything up after this last loss? This series has already been back and forth. Who is going to be able to fish up a win? The boys or M2KC? Whoever does get this one finds themselves on match point.
All right, Rub Cub's all in Game 1 got them a win on the board, but now the boys are back in town, and their defense looks solid in game number 2 as they tie this series up 1-1. This is an elimination round, best of 5. Right now, the boys are looking to try and stay alive in the tournament so that they can keep their first place position, which is tied with the Super Frogs, whereas M2KC need to battle it out for that 4th place spot, and there's really a lot of teams gunning for it, and there's no space, really. They need a good performance. They look solid in game 1. They're looking solid here in game 3, forcing multiple defensive cooldowns early on from the boys.
Yeah, but Chun-Li has managed to stay on target, and he still has that touch of karma. This needs to be really careful, because like we kind of talked about, the Blessing Protection counters that. Chun-Li getting low. Darkness gets traded out by Thugonomics very early on. The boys do not want to fall behind, and I like the fact that they are respecting these offensive cooldowns coming in from M2KC. And the boys are going to be completely healthy here. Gorecki actually, though, he's playing Relentless, so he's caught into this blind, but it doesn't look like there's any real opportunity. A follow-up Sapa with Chun-Li out of line of sight. I think he should be able to survive. Finally, Rosys manages to secure the kidney shot. Chun-Li trades out the touch of karma, but immediately line of sights, and I like that play. Blessing and Protection does get used. Now Chun-Li just on the run.
Yeah, he's focusing much more on defense this time around, allowing Gorecki to breathe, and with that Relentless pick, crowd control will be reduced more significantly throughout the match, and as long as Chun-Li can kite and avoid damage during that critical blind moment, then the boys have more opportunities to avoid crowd control as a result. Jamili falling behind. Oh, that imprisonment 1 second away by Thugonomics, a misfire. That could have been crucial in getting in an ice block. Thugonomics definitely doesn't want to be looking to make a mistake like that again. Mana actually ahead for Rub Cub, which is surprising, and this could be due to the focus growth changes, but Jamili mashing out so many spell steals.
Well, it's just a lot of pressure on Chun-Li, and I really like them going after him instead, but Jamili could be in some trouble. Chun-Li forced to use this Transcendence to get behind the pillar, look to run away, just trying to avoid damage at all costs. I really feel like Chun-Li is the only viable kill target here for Mew Mew Kitty Cats. Rossy's forced to trade out the evasion and feint as they make a swap on him. Thugonomics just looking to create huge pressure for his team. Jamili finally left alone in order to get some damage out, but Chun-Li wants to shut that down. Gorecki moving in, looking for some damage, finds a bash onto Jamili, now a vulnerable target. But like you said, Sid, with Rub Cub still having a mana lead, Mew Mew Kitty Cats are still in this.
Yeah, the swapping, the spell steals, this Arcane Mage from Jamili is definitely an X factor in the tournament. Cross crowd control initiation, it looks good. 8 seconds away from that touch of karma. It's a race to the finish. No Glarius Medallion for Gorecki. Chun-Li needs to run, ducking for cover. Roasty's in hot pursuit though. Paralysis by Chun-Li. Not going to set up with a leg sweep. Jamili blinks into the fight, looking to try and finish the job. Rub Cub with still a mana lead at this point. Chun-Li has trades. I don't believe there's a Blessing of Protection. There may be one more left for Rub Cub. We'll have to wait and see. Jamili is definitely ahead on cooldowns. They're ahead of mana. Nice polymorph attempt here by Jamili as they look to close. Blessing of Protection immediately removes it, and M2KC snipe out game 3.
We got to start calling them the Mew Mew Cheetah Cats, because they have been going fast in a lot of these games, Zico, like a cheetah.
Yeah, I kind of understood that one, Rich.
Just wanted to make sure nobody in chat got the boys are back in town joke, and I was like, we're really old. We're really old. They don't even know that song. So a cheetah is a cat that runs across the plains very quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, they played this one very, very quickly. Rub Cub is playing the double Blessing of Protection as well. We saw him throw one out early on in the match, and then here he had the second one as well, made it really count there. And this was at the back of Jamili's beautiful polymorph as well. Jamili, of course, is a cat, but he's going for that sheep right here. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see he's going for a little bit of damage, and there is a mind game here happening between Gorecki, and there it is. He's gonna go for it any moment here. Temporal Shield as well activated, kind of getting Chun-Li fairly low here. Beautiful kidney shot there as well. There it is. Jamili snipes that sheep, and you know, that's a Blessing of Protection right there as well on that touch of karma, and that kind of just, yeah, not much you can do. You're playing Relentless Talent as well to avoid the blinding light from Rub Cub into the sap, but then you're also going to be sitting full blinds, and if you do make a mistake and get caught up in one of those sheeps, all of a sudden that can cost you the game. So that's a risk you always have to take when you're picking your talents in the start.
Yeah, I mean, now all of a sudden you see one of the only Paladin teams, Mew Mew Kitty Cat, one game away from taking down a team, eliminating a team from this tournament that already has 300 points. And Sid, if you are a fan of Paladins, if you're a fan of Rubcub, that's got to be meowsic to your ears.
Okay, then. I guess so, Rich. I just really like that. Even though the meta hasn't changed very much, teams are adapting and coming up with new strategies. Colo's dismantle strategy with the double monk Death Knight was able to pull off a win against Method Orange. Now Rubcub bringing in the Arcane Mage, trying to capitalize on that Bonded Souls nerf and the Focused Growth nerf, able to overcome a mana disadvantage that they would normally have, and also setting up great kill windows as well for their team. They're looking solid here in this series against the boys, and their composition is specialized, I would say, at killing Windwalker monks. It may be that the boys should change their composition, just get Smexen in on Death Knights, play the Mana Rift strategy, just go for a stall-based tactic and play it safe.
All right, hook point. And
not going to do it.
Yeah, they're not going to.
I think if they're going to do that, it would be when they're blind.
Okay. Okay, well, I mean...
Because right now they have the map advantage.
Yeah, they might not have an option to have that, though. They might not have an option to go on the blind. They are going to be able to lock in a hook point. A nice and small map here, Venruki. What do they need to change to try to secure that game 5?
I don't know, because I actually think Chun-Li did a pretty good job playing defensive that game. On the first game, we said that they really didn't respect that offensive push. They weren't trading out cooldowns fast enough, but they did a good job in the last game. Chun-Li just getting caught off guard, and with the way M2KC is playing it, Mew Mew Kitty Cats, their offensive pressure, the way they're rotating out their defensives to trade for some of the defensives of Chun-Li, the Blessing of Protection for the Touch of Karma, it's just really, really good. And Jamili on that Arcane Mage with his spell steals has been able to allow them to keep the consistent pressure in the game and really keep Chun-Li in bay, which is something we really haven't seen too often.
So, I mean, I could be completely wrong about this, but it's just something that I feel like I've noticed in these past 2 days. I could be completely wrong. I'm curious, Siko, how you do feel about it, but we're kind of far through this season now, you know, and obviously, I guess it was the second tournament when we saw those big waves of changes come in, and there have been tweaks along the way, some hot fixes and things like that. But I feel like we've seen more and more teams kind of move away from the meta in a lot of ways and go closer to compositions that really just do suit them in this tournament in particular.
Yeah, I think people are kind of figuring out what the top teams are running, and now they've had a couple of tournaments of basically losing to it and trying out different compositions. And I mean, the Mew Mew Kitty Cats are no exception here. They've been playing Windwalker Arcane. They've tried to have Rubcub on the Druid. They've tried to play the Fire Mage Assassination. They've tried all these different things, and now they seem to have something that kind of works here for them. But I think the boys, they should look maybe to get Smexen in instead of Chun-Li and play the DK DH, similar to what we see from Method Black. It removes a lot of that weakness, essentially, of having that Windwalker who is relying on the Touch of Karma, which can be Blessing of Protected away.
Yeah, and ultimately now we have our underdogs trying to be cast amongst the pigeons, not only on hook point, but throughout the entire bracket. If we see the Mew Mew Kitty Cats manage to pull off a victory here, it will be felt throughout the entire region, through this tournament and the standings.
The boys are tied for first place right now, 300 points between the Super Frogs, but they face elimination here and now against M2KC. A lot of the defense has already been cracked as Roasties tries to close this out here and now. 5 more seconds. Chun-Li retreating away, but Roasties in hot pursuit. Jamili on his back. Blinding Light could easily close this fight as they try to reconnect. Rubcub leads the charge, adding huge bonus damage to the fight. Greki connects in Ironbark, stabilizing Chun-Li. For now, it's a close call here on match point for the boys.
Yeah, Jamili still finding the damage, and Chun-Li in a lot of trouble. He gets caught into the kidney shot. Ironbark's going to fade very shortly. Greki into the Hammer of Justice once again. Chun-Li left all alone. He's trying to kite away, but all 3 members are on top of him. Transcendence out of line of sight, looking for some Vivifies. Greki finally manages to connect some more heals. Chun-Li stabilizes, but at the expense of basically everything the boys have available.
All right, just take a deep breath. Boys, you guys need to slow down because that was a very close call on match point, and this might just be it. Roasty stun locks Chun-Li during that Touch of Death, denying a huge burst window and also amplifying a lot of pressure, but now Chun-Li looks to reverse it, crushing out Jamili. A preemptive sacrifice by Rubcub before Thugonomics crowd control, perfectly timed, denying any sort of damage. Now Chun-Li, once again on the run, needs to buy 4 more seconds for that Touch of Karma. He's managed to bide the time. He now has that in exchange to stay alive and potentially move this to game number 5 versus M2KC in the lower bracket. So much on the line between these teams. The boys want to stay in first. M2KC want to crawl into 4th with Storm still in the tournament, holding that 4th place position. They need a good performance. Right now, Roasty's on the back foot, exchanging that evasion to stabilize. Gorecki jumping into the fight, stun locking Jamili, but now Chun-Li stun locked in reverse. Gorecki preempts the attack, activating Iron Bark right before an incoming crowd control, reducing a huge amount of this pressure. Thugonomics tries to back him up, reverse magic, but then walks into a double blinding light. That banks them a touch of karma, and that is the major defensive cooldown for Chun-Li now out of the way. And once again, the boys need to be terrified.
Yeah, it's overlapped with the Fortifying Brew from Chun-Li, so really not too much left except to diffuse magic, and he's going to have to save that for some Maledicts if M2KC has it available. Full kitty shot, spell steal spam coming in. Chun-Li still in a lot of trouble, and if we look at mana, Gorecki falling further and further behind. The boys, they need to try to find some pressure, start working through some of these defensives. Jamili now into a leg sweep, but they can get the ice block here. It's going to be huge. One Maledict connects. Rubcup, can he keep him alive? Rubcup now into a stun. Good crowd control by Gorecki, managing to find the full cyclone onto Rubcup. Jamili still just trying to kite away as he blinks and displaces all over the map to avoid some of this damage.
Jamili doing a great job right now. Gorecki almost tapped on mana. This new strategy that Rubcup's team has brought to the table is definitely proving to be effective here against the boys. Roasty's attempting to close. Jamili double blinks in. He clotheslines Gorecki with a polymorph. Chun-Li needs to survive on his own, kiting across the map. Roasty sprinting after him. Jamili looking to lock down Gorecki, gets denied by Thugonomics. Good backup, but Roasty's is one-on-one-ing Chun-Li. Chun-Li taking the better end of that exchange. Well-timed turbo fist, but then Gorecki jumps into the fight and reverses with huge damage. The boys tie it up to game 5.
This time the boys are going to be able to smash the Kitty Cats, and do we think they're going to be able to keep this momentum up, Zico, and take game 5?
I think that we should potentially see a comp swap here from the boys when they go in blind, but this was a really, really nice punish there in the end of that one. I really liked what they were able to do there when Roasty's overextended during that double polymorph that Jamili had. Chun-Li managed to nicely turn around that pressure and just take him down, honestly.
I think a lot of that was actually Gorecki. When we see the replay, Gorecki managed to come in with the stun onto Roasty's as well as a huge ferocious bite, I believe, which is ultimately what took him down.
So here, Jamili actually commits both his blinks to get this poly in the first place, and Chun-Li, he has already been stunned up. Chun-Li doing a nice preemptive maneuver to get away. Thug also, nice stop there to make sure that the follow-up crowd control doesn't land. That allows Gorecki to actually re-stealth off of the polymorph. Chun-Li trying to parry with that fist, and then here comes Gorecki doing a stun into a stun. Big damage as they turn, as they say, TY, and turns Roasty and the Kitty Cats into Kit Cats.
And the kittens?
The Kit Cats?
Kit Cats.
Like,
TY, Kit Kat, Kitty Cat.
Okay, I don't get this one, but I will say that this is turning into quite a catastrophe.
They were looking ferocious.
So Super Tees, in this next one, do you think that we are going to potentially see what Zico did say? Do you think that we do see this composition change?
I mean, I feel like it's the safer option. This is looking really flaky with what they're doing right now with the Demon Hunter and Windwalker, but Thugonomics likes playing on the edge and bringing lots of damage, so we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they don't have practice with it. I'm not sure. It would seem really unwise to me that they wouldn't practice what was the best composition in the game for a substantial amount of time. So moving into game 5, I think the safe pick is definitely bringing in Smexton.
What do you think about Thugonomics on the Destruction Warlock?
Well, we're going to have a little bit of time to think about it. Will Thugonomics be that X factor? We'll find out soon. 5 is underway. We jump in as soon as the gates open. Who is going to move forward? Who is going to get eliminated on Ruins of Lordaeron?
Well, Ruins of Lordaeron, as it is a cemetery, would be a fitting final resting place, and the boys are bringing intensity here, unrelenting on this composition, but so far M2KC get the initial attack. They go for the all-in. They remove the touch of karma. Chun-Li desperately escapes to safety. Greki breaks out of blind, but they've already burned through lots of their defense, and they're still running low.
Yeah, Chun-Li in a lot of trouble. Gladiator safeguard looking to deflect as Chun-Li's pushing in with his touch of death. Jamili did deflect it quite easily with the temporal shield, but Chun-Li could be in a lot of trouble. Now into a full kidney shot. Koreki, he doesn't have a trinket. Chun-Li doesn't really have any defense left. He's trying to kite away. The darkness gets dropped out by Thugonomics. That's the last line of defense Chun-Li has to survive, camping through it. Koreki out of crowd control. Chun-Li should be able to stabilize, but the boys have burned through every single one of their defensives.
This is a huge opening for M2KC. This is the performance that we have been waiting to see. Can they take down the boys in epic PvP? We'll be finding out momentarily as Roasties tries to lead the charge, but then they get reversed with a Cyclone under Rub Cup. Jamili now falling behind. The boys battling it back here in game number 5. A lot on the line for both sides. This is an elimination game. The loser of this will be out of the tournament, missing out on a huge opportunity. Jamili has to block. Now M2KC tied on cooldowns in that regard. Still anyone's match.
Yeah, definitely. Chun-Li kiting away preemptively. They got the ice block. That's what they needed. Now they need to survive the next kidney shot. Full Hammer of Justice secured onto Koreki. Unfortunately, Jamili not playing Ring of Frost, not able to find the follow-up polymorph, and Chun-Li should be completely fine. He has the touch of karma, rotating back up. Roasty's now in a stun. Jamili uses the temporal shield. Rub Cub's mana still doing quite well, but Jamili just has been under so much pressure during this game. It's been really struggling for him to, he's been really struggling to find pressure so far in the matchup.
Yeah, definitely a lot more focus on Jamili, trying to deny maybe some of the spell steals, but Koreki gets caught. Critical moment, reverse magic, good backup by Thugonomics, but he gets another polymorph. Rub Cup moves in position. Does he have that Hammer of Justice? Doesn't look to be the case. Mana in favor of Rub Cup, but only slightly. No major lead in that regard. Koreki jumps into the fight, adds some extra damage. We saw him chomp in that last game, and one big ferocious bite could be good night here. How much longer can Rub Cup keep his team going? Needs to buy at least 12 more seconds. Can he do it? 10 more seconds to that Avenging Wrath. As soon as he has that, his entire team is likely to go back to full health. They'll have a big window to push for major cooldowns. I'd like to see a swap to Koreki. Just an all-in Hammer Justice kidney shot. All in, kill Koreki. I think it would be a wise move, but instead going after Chun-Li, the safe decision. They do manage to preempt 2 defensive cooldowns. They remove the touch of karma. Huge overlap from the boys.
Nice sap from Roasties on the Koreki out of the Hammer of Justice, and now Chun-Li in so much trouble. The touch of karma gets bopped off. Chun-Li looking to run away, trying to kite back to Koreki. Do they have the heal? Blinding Light comes in. Supernova breaks it. Jamili unfortunately breaks the crowd control, manages to get the polymorph, but that was enough time. Chun-Li got the heal over time effects from Koreki. He managed to stabilize them. Now things are looking good for the boys.
They've survived the all-ins here. The boys are starting to make it out to the other side. Jamili's getting pressured. Rub Cub on the ropes. Ultimate sacrifice, redirecting damage to himself so that Jamili can stay in the fight, but now Rub Cub's even falling behind to that redirected pressure. Roasties is dipping low as well. It's not looking good. M2KC, they have to do something, and they have to do it now. They don't have much time left. Koreki in the backline just needs to play far away from Rub Cub. He sneaks maybe into stealth. He's looking to chomp. Touch of Death is ticking away onto Jamili. Will it be enough to take him down? With that temporal shield, Jamili bounces back into the fight, taking control of Thugonomics with the polymorph. Koreki overextends to dispel it. Rub Cup might capitalize on that. Chun-Li slows and stalls the Hammer of Justice. This next crowd control could close the game for either side as they're both completely out of mana and out of time. Jamili gets imprisoned. They're trying to slow down his assault. Koreki's trying to pause the fight. They need 10 more seconds on that touch of karma. Can the boys buy 10 more seconds? Rub Cup's trying to sneak away and drink. He says, okay, if you're going to stall out and play overly defensive, I'm going to regen mana. M2KC might stay in it.
Yeah, definitely. And Jamili only has 1 minute left on his ice block. If they can stall to that point, they're going to be looking very healthy. Full Hammer of Justice secured onto Koreki. Can Roasties potentially find a stab? No, he doesn't have the Vanish, so unfortunate. Won't be able to get that follow-up crowd control. Koreki does get polyed up, but Thugonomics with the reverse magic does find it. Koreki into the blind now, Trinket's out. So the next polymorph, there's going to be no reverse magic, potentially no Trinket available, and that is when Chun-Li is going to be in a whole lot of trouble with no touch of karma available. Fortifying Brew already used. Double life sweep coming in from the boys onto Jamili. Temporal shield deflects this attack.
Full Cyclone now secured onto Rubcub. Nicely done by Gorecki as he gets into cat form, looking for some damage onto Jamili, but can't afford to stay in cat for too long. Chun-Li's in a lot of trouble.
Huge damage. Thugonomics stalls it out with that darkness. Chun-Li needs to hold out. Gorecki's got no mana. It's starting to spiral out of control for the boys. Currently tied in first place as M2KC look to overthrow fourth. They're so close, they need to stay on target. Jamili's trying to make his way over. All three members on top of Chun-Li. Fist of Fury denies Roasties, but Jamili's dishing out tons of damage. He gets bashed up. Chun-Li retreats, but Gorecki is crowd controlled. Chun-Li is all alone, so far away from the fight. Roasties, Rubcub, Jamili all closing in on him. There's no mana left. There's no cooldowns left, and Rubcub has done it. The last paladin in the darkness, the last shining light shines bright.
And they are going to be able to claw their way to victory. The Mew Mew Kitty Cats are still in this tournament. The boys are not. Zico, how did we see them able to do this?
Well, it was a nice adaptation there as well from Rubcub, sneaking away to get that drink because they were winning on mana throughout the match. They had a lot of pressure here, and we didn't really see Thug go for that mana rift strategy that we typically see, which is it really didn't feel like the Demon Hunter was kind of providing that much in the matchup. Instead, we kind of just had the Demon Hunter trying to apply pressure, and I mean the Demon Hunter can keep up with Jamili on the Arcane Mage, but that's about it really. And then of course the Darkness earlier on, but what it comes down to really is look at Rubcub's mana. He still has a lot of cooldowns to work with, and he still has a lot of mana, and Gorecki is forced to trinket out from these blinds, and then of course the Blinding Light and the Hammers of Justice, while Roasties and Jamili are just able to dish out so much damage, is going to be enough here to actually take him down. And the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, they do a good job here because this is the team that they fell to, and now they have adapted, figured out a strategy and a composition to beat it, and here we are. The boys out of the tournament this early on. It's a wide open bracket now for teams like Never Lucky and Mew Mew Kitty Cats, and even Storm as well, to really, really claw their way up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is you hear that the boys are no longer in the tournament, and then you look at a team like the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, and you say, I assume they probably have a perfect bracket. But the thing is when you look at the overall standings and the teams that are already in the lower, like Seedu's team, like Method Orange, it is insane how much impact this can have on the standings, but it's not going to be an easy tournament by any means. We're really thinking right now about that third place all the way down to 8th in NA. Method Orange really does want to be able to take down the Mew Mew Kitty Cats. I think they're probably happy. I think, Zico, that they would probably be happy with the results of this one to now have to play against this team because that is the collision course that is set up on our bracket. It is something that we may see coming up at the end of the day, actually, with how everything is structured. We get a little bit further into the tournaments now on Friday and Saturday. Now Method Orange is going to have to go against Storm. The winner of that goes up against the Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
Yeah, and Method Orange, they have a fantastic opportunity here to kind of be the janitor of the tournament, clean up Storm, get rid of that. They're their closest team here on the standing in terms of competition. They can knock them further back. Then they have a chance to also take down the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, which would be the 5th team on those standings as well, tied with the move. So if they knock those two teams down, and then the Super Frogs knock Never Lucky down, they have a better rematch there. All of a sudden, this looks like a tournament where Method Orange can have a deep lower run and then actually catch up to the boys and Super Frogs in those top end standings, which of course is also important for qualifying to the global finals later on, because you want that #1 seed so you don't have to rely on a good LAN performance.
I think ultimately right now this becomes a mess that Method Orange can potentially manage, not crying over that spilt milk anymore. They'll be facing elimination for the rest of the tournament, but all of the sudden they don't have to worry about that early matchup against the boys. They can get a little bit deeper, but first they need to make it through Storm, and we've already seen what this team can do throughout the year. Obviously they don't have as much flexibility as some of the other squads, but they are going to be situated very well in the current meta that we have seen in this AWC. You can vote right now. Who do you think is going to take it? Is Storm going to be able to take advantage of how strong they have been in the current comp, or is Method Orange going to be able to find a way to navigate even with the changes that we have seen? You can use those hashtags right now. We're very curious what you think, but we're going to find out the results after this. Few teams that you don't expect to see in the lower portion of the bracket before you even do make it to Sunday, and two of them would definitely be the boys of Method Orange. You've already seen how one of those series does go. Will Method Orange be able to recover after a disappointing loss? We're about to find out. They're going against Storm. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I am joined by Venruki, Supatis, and the birthday boy, Zico. Zico, what's your prediction going into this one?
I think Storm, they've been running that roguelike druid. They've had pretty good success with it as well so far. Method Orange, they run kind of similar cleaves to what we see from the boys. And Storm, they run similar comps to the Super Frogs. So we could kind of draw some parallels to how that series went for Super Frogs in the upper bracket. Now, of course, I don't think Storm is quite at the same level when they run that comp as Super Frogs, but I still think that they could be running that to success in this matchup. I don't know. I think Method Orange, they could be finding themselves in a hard spot here, but I think it's also going to come down a lot to the blind here.
Yeah, I think the really important thing to think about with Storm, even if they don't take this series, they've been super consistent, Sid, in making it to a lot of these higher placings. We're seeing them on broadcast essentially every week. They're making it to the top 8. This time it's going to be at least the top 6. 69% of you, though, are not scared of the coming Storm. You think that Method Orange will be able to take them down. We're going to find out right now. Blind pick in a Grand Arena.
Well, Storm have a good opportunity here to take down Method Orange and try and slide into that third place, as they are very close on the point standings. They've got an opportunity here and now today, and they cannot afford to miss it.
Yeah, definitely. Storm here bringing in their composition. They've sort of pioneered the Rogue Lock Restoration Druid, with Metaphors healing on that Resto Druid. Method Orange locking in once again the composition that seems to be their bread and butter. This is their comfort pick. They're always looking for Trill to be landing these mana rifts, looking for a late game advantage, trying to secure the mana lead very early on.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Their stall-based tactics didn't work in the upper bracket, as Colo was able to 3-0 Method Orange earlier today, but now in the lower bracket they have an opportunity at redemption. We do see the mana rift strategy already being employed by Trill. It's going to be a ticking clock for Metaphor's mana bar. Can the team of Storm counter-aggress before that clock runs out?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see who Nesper's going to be going after in this matchup. Full blind secured onto Sea-Doo. He trinkets out immediately. So now any crowd control could be devastating for Method Orange if they can find it. Metaphors with the Thorns forcing Trill back a little bit, but a grip into a double Chaos Nova. Nice setup here for Method Orange. Metaphor's mana is not doing well. He's already 60%. Trill's been doing a great job consistently landing those rifts so far, but Mez now could be in a little bit of trouble with the Infernals dropped as well. That's the Dark Soul used by Maldiva.
Yeah, Maldiva trying to counter-aggress. Huge hit on Mez. No trade just yet. Anti-Magic Shield, instant stabilization here for Method Orange. Surprisingly, though, no mana advantage, as Trill is sitting far in the back in a mass entanglement likely, so nice talent decision there. Trill is not running reverse magic, so long as Metaphors drags Trill out of line of sight, he will be sitting extended crowd control with that mass entanglement talent choice. But with that Ghoul running at Metaphors as well, it's unlikely that he will ever drop combat in order to drink and regenerate mana. So it's basically up to Maldiva and Nesper to kill Mez before Metaphors runs out of mana. Now that lead has established itself here early on as we get closer to dampening.
Yeah, when a Chaos Bolt lands on Mez, that gives him significant healing on his Death Strike, but now into a Kidney Shot, kind of loses that opportunity. Sea-Doo runs into the Smoke Bomb, drops the Earthen Shield Totem, and Mez should be able to survive, healing himself back up once again. Potentially, we'd like to see Nesper and Maldiva look for a swap onto Sea-Doo if they can. Doesn't seem like their pressure on the Mez so far has been significant, and Metaphors is slowly but surely running out of mana. I'm not exactly sure where the opening here is for Storm.
Good response by Sea-Doo during that smoke bomb, not overreacting and overcommitting his defensive lineup. Definitely not looking shooken up from their first series of the day here in game number 1. Just playing it out methodically, putting Metaphors on that clock. Maldiva, though, managed to sneak in a fear on Sea-Doo, trying to develop more pressure off the back of it. Manages to pull anti-magic shield from Mez, but really no major defense forced on the side of Method Orange, and it's really Metaphors that is starting to falter, with all 3 members of the team, down to half health. Limited mana left in the tank. Nesper pulls away to try and assist by stunning up Trill, but Trill doesn't even care. He's immediately going back onto target, trying to gun down Metaphors. Metaphors need to be careful. He stacks up on his team. It could be a triple stun and triple cleave, which with his current mana status is unlikely to recover. Constantly getting stun locked. At least Nesper and Maldiva have stabilized. We do see a blind play. Sea-Doo trinkets out. So maybe what I would like to see from Storm is a swap to Sea-Doo, try an all-in KO, because everything else is just slipping away.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see as well. And Sea-Doo just basically automatically trading out his trinket for blind. There is an opportunity, but Mez with the death grip, he has a lot of interrupts for Maldiva as well as the anti-magic zone. They have the defense that they need. Method Orange basically, they just need to play it out intelligently here. They have all the tools that they need to close out this game. A nice swap over onto Trill as Gladiator Safeguard does proc, keeping him alive. Blur is going to be activated as well as Trill looks to try to get back onto Metaphors. I'm not sure if Metaphors actually got any mana back. I don't believe he did, so still hovering around 25% mana, but if you look, Sea-Doo's actually falling behind as well. He's not going to have an opportunity to sneak away for a drink, and if Metaphors can hold on a little bit longer, I could definitely see them closing out this game.
Beautiful Cataclysm timing by Maldiva. That's going to get him a lot of immolates for soul shards. He's falling behind, though. He needs to start counter-aggressing with that huge resource gain that he was able to secure. Double Mortal Coil, looking to build up for a huge Chaos Bolt, but there are multiple points to deny it. He's going to have to get through all those interrupts. He gets through one. He gets through the second. There's no third available. One Chaos Bolt sneaks through onto Sea-Doo as Nesper sets up a swap. Sea-Doo trades appropriately, but expends the remainder of his mana. Multiple pressure points here. Multiple defensive cooldowns forced as well, and suddenly Storm stay alive in this fight.
Yeah, Method Orange is falling apart. Sea-Doo into the kidney shot. Trill forced to trade out the darkness. What is Sea-Doo going to do? He has the Spirit Link, the last line of defense. Gets into Ghost Wolf, going to be running and hiding behind the pillar. That Pack Spirit doing work to keep Sea-Doo alive, but now with no mana left, he might really struggle to keep Mez alive. Trill looking to get the last little bit of mana from Metaphors, who wasn't able to get a drink. Now activating Barkskin, Ironbark, as well as the Thorns. So Metaphors with really no defense left, and Mez and Trill can connect onto Metaphors. They could surely take him down, but once again, it looks like it's going to be Mez on Maldiva and Nesper, and Trill still chasing down Metaphors. The split strategy from Method Orange seems to be working so far, but we've seen them really struggle to actually land a kill with the strategy.
I mean, both teams' compositions are weaker on the sides in terms of execution and finally putting someone down. They're great at stalling out. They're great for consistent pressure, but when it comes to actually killing somebody, both of these compositions, that's their major weakness, which is why we see these teams unable to just put that little bit of an oomph left in the game to take somebody down. Blind attempt here by Nesper, but it's the team of Storm on the back foot with all three members in danger. No mana left in the tank. Still multiple defense available for Method Orange as they are going to close this out shortly, I do believe. Maldiva doesn't have much. Metaphors tries to trade, but he still doesn't have anything really to work with, just hoping for Omen of Clarity regrowth, but not finding that opportunity, and Method Orange finally bank out victory. It was starting to not look so good, but they kept it together.
How's Method Orange looking overall in this game? Obviously, it's just one game that we're going to get to see after their last series, but does it seem like they should be able to close this one out?
I think so. It comes down to a little bit of a mistake, I think, on Metaphors, and I think he could have done a little bit of a better job maybe spacing out his defensives. It did look pretty well in terms of how much pressure actually Storm had. They had a lot of damage with Nesper running the Hidden Blades and the Flying Daggers, of course. You can see him here. He's going to be spamming out those Fan of Knives as well. And Sea-Doo's mana bar was pretty much tied with Metaphors here towards the end. You can see Nesper is spamming out those fans. Mez has no defensives, cooldowns, aside from that anti-magic shell, and of course Maldiva does fall, but it's only at 3 or so % dampening. Usually we do see the Roguelog Druid kind of be able to survive for a little bit longer at least, so maybe Storm could have done a better job defensively, but this is also what I like from Method Orange. Have Trill chase the healer, apply a lot of pressure with your offensive cooldowns, use the Metamorphosis and the I-beams on the healer, and then when you have that pressure and those healing over time effects swap there, Mez can find pressure onto the Warlock, and then you can burn the healer out of mana, and then assist Mez with taking down the Warlock, and have Sea-Doo chase the healer and prevent him from drinking. And I think that's something that he didn't do that well in the series against Never Lucky. this is something that Method Orange usually do very well. So it's nice to see them kind of bouncing back a little bit here.
And that's important, right? If you are a Method Orange fan, we really did need to see them bounce back in this series, not only because it's an elimination series, but the last one was definitely tough. I think you saw Mez become a target like he's never been a target before. He almost looks like a wet noodle. And now they're going to be going up against Storm. Storm obviously does have that fourth member now. They do have Sheepy Boy. My question is there anything that they could do in your mind, Ven? Could they switch comps at all? After they see all of that information, I think it's pretty clear what you want to do against Method Orange. You want to just try to do exactly what happened to him to get them here in the first place. But is that even feasible for the Storm?
Well, Storm, they don't really have those type of cleave setups, but the one thing they do have with Sheepy Boy is a really solid Frost Mage, or a really solid Mage in general. So I could easily see them bringing it to a larger map, going for Tolvaron Arena. If we see, once again, Method Orange lock in the same composition, maybe something like the Mage Lock Druid, which we've seen Super Frogs pull off in the past against Method Orange. You basically spread out the game. You have Sheepy Boy to control Trill as often as possible, actually giving a little bit of freedom to Metaphors to sneak off and get those drinks. And then eventually in dampening, where the self-healing of the Death Knight isn't nearly as powerful, you can actually secure a kill with the Destruction Warlock and the Frost Mage. So I think that's a solid option for Storm, because although they had one moment in that game where it seemed really scary for Method Orange, I feel like with what Method Orange is doing, it's going to be really hard for them to actually close out the game.
Supatis, how do you feel about that? I mean, now obviously we are going to be going to a bit of a smaller map, Dalaran Sewer, so maybe that looks a little bit less likely to see something like that. Yeah, so
it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's much further than unlikely.
Yep.
If they pick it, they're just making a mistake. I think the Roguelock Druid is what Storm are going to play for the entire series. They want the small map so that they can amplify Nesper's damage and more reliably get that Fan of Knives damage on 3 targets, which then increases it by 20% with the Flying Daggers build. So I expect that to be the strategy for Storm throughout this series. They do trade the inability to drink as well. Maybe Metaphors doesn't run Druid. I mean, we've said like Druid is the strongest healer overall, but Shaman Healer can actually deal with Mana Rift and heal on empty, especially against a team with no Mortal Strike. I'm wondering if that is even a possibility. Obviously, the single target damage becomes more scary to deal with, but you trade that to be able to at least extend the game further, I think, than Druid would.
Do you think that Metaphors would look better if he was on the Shaman than the Druid?
Well, to my knowledge, Metaphors mains the Shaman, so it's probably a comfort pick, and the map certainly would give him some lenience there, but I also think that he should just run the Druid here. It seems to me that Storm feels like having Nesper be able to consistently Fan of Knives people and hit multiple targets is their best strategy, so to speak. And every time Maldiva drops those Infernals and can look to get pressure onto the DPS, that's a moment when the entire team of Method Orange, when they want to push Method Orange behind one of those boxes, that's when Nesper can really just activate his feint preemptively and then overextend behind the pillar, get a couple of Fans of Knives out, and really get those spread poisons and get that big damage out. So I think that's Storm's game plan, but I also think it's exploitable. We've also seen Method Orange run at Resto Druid, so they could potentially just want to look to punish Metaphors and just throw him a curveball that way as well. We have seen Shamans not really want to use the purge that much, but we did see Sea-Doo at least last week go for some of those purges in one of their matches. So I think they could potentially take down Metaphors as well on this map because it's a lot easier for Mez to connect with Trill if Trill manages to find a lot of pressure alone.
And also, if you are going to go for that strategy of trying to take down the Druid, it's much easier to uproot a tree that is not as comfortable on that specialization. We already mentioned the fact that Metaphors does prefer the Shaman. He has had to adapt in the current meta. Will he be the target? We'll find out shortly. The gate's about to open. Method Orange already going to have one win to work with in this series.
Yeah, if Storm can pull off this series, they may be able to overthrow Method Orange on the point standings, which would be huge. Obviously, Mew Mew Kitty Cats also battling to try and pass Storm themselves. So if you're Mew Mew Kitty Cats, you're rooting for Method Orange. You want them to just keep gaining points so that you can then pass Storm in the standings. Of course, they're not going to have control of that fate. It's entirely in the hands of the players players in this series, but it's an elimination one, and it looks like Method Orange want to go after the healer Metaphors. Let's see how he handles it.
Yeah, Method Orange, they have to hold on tight. Claiming this series is so important for this team if they want to secure their third place spot right now, or potentially move into second or first. Completely missing out on the first tournament, basically getting no points whatsoever. Every single one of these matches for Method Orange is increasingly important. Now kidney shot onto Trill. I think he should be fine, but he gets interrupted. Decent pressure here for Storm off the back of the Infernals and the Dark Soul, but once those cooldowns fade from Maldiva, that's going to be Sidu's opportunity to recover with his Ascendance, and I think now he should be fine. Still, Trill going after Metaphors, looking to just burn him out of mana as soon as he can. Metaphor's already down to around 60%. He needs to start trying to do a better job of avoiding these, potentially running away, creating some distance, because if Trill can just play on top of the entire team, not only does he get the added benefit of consistently being on top of Metaphors to get the mana rest, but he also gets to help Mez out, get some cleave damage onto Maldiva and Nesper, which is going to tax Metaphor's mana even more.
So the main strategy for Team Storm, at least Metaphors and Maldiva, is to position so that Sidu has to move in and stand on top of his team. If they can position this way, then Nesper can have Fan of Knives hitting 3 targets and boost his damage. Smoke Bomb forces Sidu to make a decision. Does he run into the Smoke Bomb? Instead, Mez uses Icebound Fortitude to break out of it and run into line of sight. It's basically all up to Sidu to stay as far away from the fight as possible so that Nesper cannot benefit from this Flying Daggers build. And as long as Sidu can keep good positioning, then Trill's mana rifts should inevitably secure them victory.
Yep, Trill manages to find Metaphors. Metaphors with a nice route onto Trill. You can see Trill stuck very far away, and I think if Metaphors can consistently do that, that's another way for him to escape and preserve his mana. Decent pressure here onto Maldiva. Mez has been doing work in the meantime when Trill's been caught far away. And this is basically what we've seen so far. Mez and Sidu, they're against Maldiva and Nesper, whereas Metaphors and Trill are having their own little 1v1. And until Metaphors is out of mana, we don't normally see Trill come back and assist on damage. For now, he's going to be able to. Sidu moving forward, looking to stop any potential drink from Metaphors. If Metaphors can ever regenerate mana, we saw what a close call it was in the last game on the Grand Arena. Sidu was basically completely tapped on mana at the same time as Metaphor. So if we ever see Metaphors get away, regenerate mana, that could potentially be a lead for them. Big damage now on Mez, as it looks like Storm is able to secure some pressure.
Gladiator Safeguard going to save Mez. Metaphor's now under fire once again by Trill. Sidu moving forward as well with 2 members chasing him down. It's basically impossible for him to regenerate mana. Unfortunate fear pathing for Mez as he's feared across the entire map. No Dispel for him. That does slow down the damage a bit for Metaphors to recover, which is fortunate times for Storm here in game number 2 as they try to tie it up. But I would say overall that it is not looking good for them. Sidu has a significant lead at this point. We're not even into dampening, and they were trying to take the small map advantage to boost Nesper's damage, but even that doesn't seem to be enough. I don't think this strategy is going to work for them. They're going to need a miracle.
At this point, they definitely will, and they almost had one on the Grand Arena when we saw them so far behind again on the Destruction Warlock with those 2 offensive cooldowns, both the Infernal and the Dark Soul. That's an opportunity for Maldiva to really boost his damage up and push through some of these defensives that Mez has available. AMS now not available for Mez. That anti-magic shell, sorry, the AMS, yeah, the anti-magic shell is not going to be available for Maldiva if he does use the Dark Soul, so potential opening there, but Sidu with every defensive. Method Orange is going to be feeling quite healthy.
Yep, Method Orange are in a solid position to get victory here on game number 2. Just slow and steady wins the race. Sidu getting Chaos Bolted by Maldiva as they are getting a bit cheeky. Maybe trying to open up some windows of opportunity to swap to him at some point. But Metaphors' clock is ticking. There's not much mana remaining. Maldiva tries to set up some damage, gets denied by Sidu. Trill still keeping up the chase. Nesper now getting pressured as well with 2 members low. This Innervate timing is critical. Metaphor's getting free healing. Gets denied now by Trill's Fell Eruption. That bonus free healing lost as Metaphors is on the run, but I'm not sure how much longer this kitty can run away from the fight. Double Capacitator Totem pinning down 2 members. Metaphor's really starting to struggle.
Yeah, he definitely is. Mez in a kidney shot. Sidu trying to respond. As has to run out of that in that smoke bomb. He's not going to be able to receive any healing from Sidu. That does fade. Now Sidu finally has an opportunity to get some heals onto Mez. As Trill still in pursuit, caught into some fears. Metaphors actually might have regenerated some mana there. He did sit down for a little bit, got a little bit of his mana back, but really nothing significant. Trill still finding mana rifts onto Metaphors consistently, and Trill has been on that Demon Hunter, one of the best Demon Hunters we've seen. to land those mana rifts, and it's been a strategy that Method Orange really has been focusing on more so than really any other team we've seen besides Method Black over in Europe, and it's really been a big part of their success so far in these cups.
All right, Trill just chasing down Metaphors. Mez building up momentum on 2 other targets so that Metaphors has to expend mana to heal 3 members and likely tap him completely out at that point. I'm looking for openings on the side of Storm. What can they get done? Now, I don't really see anything of significance. They have to still get through Sidu's Barrier's Medallion. They'll blind to do that, but they need to survive. Even that is looking to be impossible at this point, with Maldiva on 5% health, trying to turn it around with some Chaos Bolts, but not even finding that. Tremor Totem denies the fear. Maldiva gates to safety, but is it really that safe? Mez finally getting counter-pressured by Nesper, trying to put the team on his back, but Sidu denies that kill window with a Spirit Link Totem, connects a huge heal on that Ascendance, and Maldiva is likely to fall here in game 2. There's just simply no mana left in the tank. Mind Freeze secures the kill. Method Orange advanced to match point.
And Method Orange just looking like they know exactly what they want to be doing in the face of this Storm. How do you think we maybe see Storm shake it up? Do you think a comp change is in order?
They could look to bring in Cheapy Boy, but honestly, I think what Method Orange is running would be solid against something like the Rogue Mage Druid or even the Mage Warlock. They could try to bring it to a large map and play that Mage Warlock, but even when Super Frogs did it with, you know, really strong roster, I feel like that was still a really hard fought win for them against the boys when they managed to do that. So I feel like they should play this comp, but I don't think the small maps favor Storm as much as they would like to think. I feel like if they want this to work, what they're doing here, they need to force Sidu and Method Orange to be behind that pillar. And Sidu is just never positioning in that way where he is also taking some of that cleave damage from Nesper. He's always trying to play far away and trying to make sure that he's constantly repositioning in a good way. And then every time Method Orange are ahead, we do see that Spirit Link drop, we see the Ascendance drop, and Sidu is basically just keeping his team alive and healthy so that they can push in and just nail the final kill there. So I think just play a bigger map if you're Storm.
Yeah, it seems like maybe that smaller map, going for that Flying Daggers build isn't necessarily a thing that is going to net them a win. Certainly doesn't seem like the thing that will net them a reverse sweep, but we'll have to find out right after this. Yeah. This series might end soon. It has intensified. We are going to see Method Orange just one game away from taking it. Zico, what do they got to do to close it out here? Is it just all theirs? Does it come down to potentially Method Orange making a mistake if Storm's going to be able to stay in the series? What do you think needs to happen?
Well, if Storm wants to lock in a small map, I want to see them go after Sea-Doo. Personally, I don't think it's a great strategy that would work, so I want to see them just lock in a larger map and play a little bit more to their win condition. The game looked a lot closer on Nagrand compared to on Dalaran Sewers. Metaphors just really didn't get any breathing room at all from Trill's Demon Hunter, and it just didn't seem like he had any opportunities to drink at all. And they are going to swap out their composition, Outlaw, Rogue, and Warrior. Now, this is something we saw in Legion with a Fury Warrior from one of the European squads, and basically the strategy behind it was give the Warrior tricks of the trade, empower a lot of his attacks, and then just take down squishy targets. But I'm curious to see how this is going to work, because Method Orange don't really have a super squishy target. I mean, Trill, I guess, would be their best option here. Outlaw Rogue does have Dismantle.
You still have Plunder Armor?
You can play Plunder Armor and Dismantle actually nowadays.
Maybe with both of those, they could take Mez down. We've kind of talked about how effective Arms Warriors are really against Death Knights. Maybe that's what they're going for.
That could potentially be something that they're going for, but it seems a little bit.
It's definitely
random, honestly. This composition
it's out there.
It's not something
left field.
But I mean, Storm. I just feel like watching those first two games, it didn't feel very good for them. There was like one moment in the game where I was a little scared for Method Orange, but even then they still had defensives to rotate through. It just seems like they were just waiting to lose. So trying out something else I definitely respect from Storm. Is Arms Warrior Outlaw Rogue the answer? I'm not convinced, but maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Mez fall to Never Lucky earlier on in the tournament, getting trained down.
The way I see it is they have two strategies. If they go after Trill, they will probably secure a lot more drinks for Metaphors, especially on a large map like this, and they can potentially just force him off their healer completely. Now, if they wanted to just all in, I think that they should go after Mez and try to take him down basically in a similar fashion to what we saw Never Lucky do in the upper bracket. But then the healer pick all of a sudden does not make sense. I feel like a big reason to why Never Lucky were able to do what they did in the upper bracket was because they had that Way of the Crane. And if they combine that with the Outlaw Rogue, I'm not sure, but I don't think that there's even a diminishing return on the disarm effect. So maybe they could use a grapple weapon and a dismantle then from Nesper and a potential Mistweaver that way. So we'll see what they end up going for. It looks like they're going for Maz.
Something needed to change. Let's see if this Warrior can get it done.
See if the dice roll. 666s. Dismantle is selected for Nesper. Looking for a Death Knight counter comp strategy here from Storm. Even though it's very peculiar to see a Pirate and an Arms Warrior battle together, this may be an answer to the Death Knight menace that Method Orange have brought to the composition. But Nesper on the back foot with Metaphors lockdown and crowd control, potentially closing this out in seconds. Storm are on match point. They've got an opportunity to overthrow Method Orange if they can win 3 games in a row, but this composition smells like desperation.
Yeah, and Mez with Chains of Ice is going to be super effective at kiting both Nespers and Sheepy Boy when he's not caught in crowd control. Nesper taking quite a bit of damage once again. Metaphors having to play catch up, but his mana's not looking well. The pressure from Method Orange is really high in this matchup. Sea-Doo so far has been able to keep Mez nice and stable. I don't know if this comp's really working out for Storm. Metaphor is falling further and further behind as he kites away, potentially looking for a drink. Pistol stun onto Sea-Doo, as well as a grapple weapon onto Mez. Mez is going to be getting a little bit low, but all 3 members of Storm just falling apart here.
This looks terrible for Storm. There's no mana left already? He can't even stay alive to Trill. There's no support at all in this composition. They were expecting to burst somebody down, but the defense can't be cracked. Method Orange should close this out securely. So much momentum in their favor. Blind attempt, they pull Sea-Doo's trinket. If they don't swap to Sea-Doo and kill him 100, there's no other opportunity. They're just all dead. Sheepy Boy gets stun locked. He's likely to fall. Sea-Doo could purge if he really wants to. and Sheepy Boy falls. This desperate pull by Storm pulls nothing.
Storm wanted to dismantle Mez, but they were the ones that got dismantled here. A 3-0 Method Orange is going to stay in the tournament to play against the Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
I would have loved to see this composition play out with a Mistweaver, but they didn't go for it. Presuming that Metaforce doesn't have it quite ready for us yet, but still, I like that they went for it. It's kind of a bold play, and I mean, you can play Roguelike Druid on big maps, you can play it on a small map, but at the end of the day, it felt like a change was necessary for Storm, and they went ahead and did it. However, Method Orange able to deflect that quite easily. I mean, there was definitely a whole bunch of individual mistakes as well on the side of Storm, like that die by the sword there by Sheepy Boy was a little bit too late for my taste. Also, that triple stun earlier on where we had the Warrior and the Outlaw Rogue stacked up, and then we saw Mez grip in Metaforce, and we saw that big Chaos Nova really set Method Orange up in terms of pressure, being able to kind of just cleave the entire team, even snuck in a little mana rift at the end of that one earlier on in the match. So Method Orange just punished that composition completely.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of rogues this year. Assassination alone, we've seen 148 times on broadcast. And when you look at Outlaw, this was its fourth showing. This is the fourth time that we've seen Outlaw, the fourth game we've seen it in. Hasn't won one yet. So Outlaw is definitely in a different place this year than it was last.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one major difference. Although the strategy they were trying to implement, Storm was trying to implement against Method Orange, was kind of similar to what we saw from Never Lucky. The major difference is when you have a Windwalker Monk and a Death Knight training down a Death Knight, they actually have a lot of ability to self-sustain by the amount of self-healing that they have. An Arms Warrior and unfortunately an Outlaw Rogue, they don't have any of that, so it's all up to Metaforce to not only keep himself alive from Trill, but now all of a sudden have to heal through all of that damage with no help from his teammates.
That's really been a huge thing in the meta, and it was Sid who really did talk about it quite a bit before. It's things like having Soul Rend, like having all these things that allow you to have the sustain. It's so much more powerful now than even like Exhilaration or Renewal, like abilities that do give you this giant boost in health. It only does it once. Somebody's going to be able to push in again. You can make more Chaos Bolts. It's not hard to do. So it's going to be this constant leech that is very important. That's something that the Death Knight does typically have, and this was an attempt to take that away, but the Warrior isn't going to have the self-sustain. We're going to see the effects of that. We're going to see those effects on the bracket as well. You can see now Method Orange going to be moving on forward. The Storm dropping in the lower quarters is going to settle things a little bit here as far as our standings are concerned, but once again, it is going to be a chance for a shakeup with the Mew Mew Kitty Cats. They can be a cat amongst the pigeons here if they can take down Method Orange, Super Frogs, and Never Lucky. It's funny, Never Lucky is always one of these teams as well who really can mess things up. I think, you know, as much as I made a bold prediction saying what potentially they will be able to do in this season, I think it's undeniable that they've been one of the most influential teams at having big upsets. Let us know, who do you think is going to take it in the final series of the day? One more elimination series, one more team will make it through. One more, my quarters just fell over. One more team will make it home. Hashtag, you might actually want to flip some quarters to decide this one, but it does look like Method Orange is going to have the advantage here, but we've already seen just how powerful the Mew Mew Kitty Cats have been. You can vote right now in chat with hashtag MO or hashtag Mew Mew Kitty Cats. We'll see you when we return. one last series of the day. Down here, we're ready. Welcome back. We're going to be jumping into the final series of the day. This one's an elimination series as well. My name is Rich. I'm joined by Zico, Super Tees, and Ben Ruki. We're all fired up and ready to go. Zico, who do you think is going to be able to take this one?
I think Method Orange has this one in the bag. I think Method Orange, they're going to run the cleave. They're going to Mana Rift Rub Cup down. They're not going to have that weakness, potentially, of the Windwalker being able to Blessing of Protection and remove that Touch of Karma, that defense that we were talking about in the previous matchup against when Mew Mew Kitty Cats played against the boys. That's going to be a nice thing here for Method Orange. And potentially, I think we're going to see a different comp from Mew Mew Kitty Cats. Maybe Windwalker Arcane instead of Rogue Arcane.
Do we still see the Paladin, though?
I think so.
Yeah,
it feels like at this point it's a comfort pick, and they're really trying to take advantage of the fact that Restoration Druids did receive a bit of a nerf. I mean, Resto Druids still seem very strong, but at least in North America, we've seen Sea-Doo on the Restoration Shaman, Rubcub on the Holy Paladin still hold it down. So I think that's the comp, that's their bread and butter, and I think that's probably what they'll lead with in game number one.
Do we think that overall, not to get too carried away, obviously we have this next matchup about to come up, but do we think overall that now this team just has a better place now? We were saying that focus growth changes weren't necessarily the biggest of changes, but we've already seen them make a big run. We're going to be finding out what they can do against Method Orange. 73% of you think that Method Orange will be able to take this one. We're going to find out right now.
I think the cat's out of the bag for the Mew Mew Kitty Cats with that strategy revealed in the previous series. Will it work again here against Method Orange? Not a Restoration Druid healer. Sea-Doo will be a lot less susceptible to that all-in pressure. Method Orange, I would say compositionally are favored, but you can never count Rubcub out.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see what kind of pressure Mew Mew Kitty Cats can establish early on. Method Orange, they're likely going to be going with the Mana Rift strategy once again. How long can Rubcub hold on to that precious mana? And Rubcub's actually not using Relentless, which is what we normally see healers opt to use against a Demon Hunter that's going after those Mana Rifts. Instead, we see Mew Mew Kitty Cats are actually going to be pressuring Trill in order to deny a lot of those Mana Rifts. Is when he gets the stuns on Rubcub, he gets kidney shot by Roasties. Basically doesn't have the time to actually land those Mana Rifts, and Rubcub can hold on to his mana for a long time.
Method Orange deny the all-in with an equivalent exchange of defensive cooldowns, no overlap on that front, and M2KC definitely relying on Method Orange to make mistakes in this series to find victory. Mez is gunning down for Rubcub's life. Roasties is being pressured by Trill, but now thwarted away in that kidney shot. Jamili setting up tons of arcane blasts, looking to blink on top of Sea-Doo, maybe for a polymorph, but with multiple interrupts right in front of him, it's unlikely that he'll be able to find that. Instead, pulling away from the pillar, maybe looking to drag Sea-Doo out into the open before setting something up, but Mez doesn't seem to care. He's going to engage with a Death Grip, triple stun. Good combo by both Trill and Mez, really turning up the heat. Rubcub manages to get out of there alive at least, securing crowd control for his team as well as they look to strike back on Trill.
Yeah, big damage on Trill with the full polymorph secured on Sea-Doo. Trill might have to trade out his Blur or his Darkness, but just really relying on a lot of his self-healing right now. Manages to keep himself alive, and as long as Mez and Trill are sitting on top of Jamili, he's not going to be able to get out that much casted damage, and they should remain relatively stable. But in this position, Jamili's been able to spam out a lot of arcane blasts, actually forcing Trill to retreat.
Yep, Trill hiding behind the pillar, pinned down by M2KC. This composition may be the first that they've gone head-to-head with it, but they're keeping their strategy more of the same. Mana Rift, Mana Rift, Mana Rift, and inevitably that is a clock ticking away for Rubcub and his team to find a kill. Will they get it before Rubcub is tapped out? Right now, pressure on 3 targets. Rubcub needs to buy time. He's got another couple seconds, 14 to be exact, until that Avenging Wrath, where he can then bounce his whole team back to full and go for a push. I think it is of utmost importance that Jamili does not overlap his arcane power with Roasties Vendetta. These two are powerful cooldowns, but can be denied all at once with one defensive cooldown on the side of Method Orange. So if they split them up, they will at least get 2 in exchange rather than 1, and maybe create more openings for themselves. Sea-Doo is trying to sit through a blind currently to not open up any swap windows, but then trinkets immediately when Vendetta is committed, but now opens himself up to a Hammer of Justice and potential polymorph. Good crowd control chain initiated by M2KC. Trill denies it with reverse magic, and now Method Orange are pushing.
Yeah, definitely. Jamili's still finding a lot of pressure off the back of those arcane blasts. Roasty's now caught into a stun. Once again, a Mana Rift secured onto Rubcub. And M2KC there running out of time quickly, although Rubcub should be able to stay alive with that Avenging Wrath. His mana is not doing well. It's not healthy at this point. Sidu has a massive lead, and Trill slowly but surely with these mana rifts securing an advantage for his team. Now a swap over on Mez. Smoke bomb gets dropped out. Can Mez survive? He's able to kite out of it. Sidu finally able to connect a little bit of healing. Good position here by Method Orange, but Mez still has a little bit of catch up here to do.
Yeah, Rubcub is just falling so far behind at this point. It's really not looking too good for M2KC. They did show signs of life, taking out the currently tied 300-point earner, the boys, but here against Method Orange, they're just compositionally outmatched. They're going to need a huge hit. Sidu grounds the incoming Hammer of Justice, denying further crowd control from the side of M2KC. They're going to need a giant wave push, but without dampening, without having cracked the major objective defensive cooldowns. I see no opening, no light at the end of the tunnel for Rubcub, as he is now finally tapped on mana, doing his best with basically nothing. Gripped into the fight by Mez. Trill polymorphed away, at least buying Rubcub a couple of seconds to catch some very slow holy lights. Rubcub charging across the map. He's just trying to get away from Trill, but moving so slowly. Trill's an inevitability on this reconnect. They stun up Mez, denying some damage, buying more time to breach. Millie ice blocks the Hex, looks to try and reverse with a polymorph, not able to find it. Now does. No reverse magic. They have to get a kill with this polymorph. Who can they go after? They're trying to gun down Mez, but with Death Strike, he just easily deflects. Blind with a few seconds before that Gladiator's Medallion, but still no pressure.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where Mez and Trill can both sort of convene onto Jamili, try to take him down. He has no ice block. Rubcub can't afford to go for a drink. He's got Mez's Ghoul on him. That's going to be keeping him in combat. Now Jamili's basically left in this situation where there's nothing left for him. He's getting lower and lower. He's caught into the stun. Roasty's trying to create some pressure for his team onto Sidu. Oh! The miracle swap that they needed. Can they take down Sidu? Anti-magic zone gets traded out. Spiraling Totem as well. Method Orange trades out every single thing that they have available. Rubcub potentially looking for a drink, but the demonic Terminator Trill just chasing him down, making sure that's never going to happen. And now with, once again, no mana left in the tank, I don't know how Jamili's going to be able to survive.
Yeah, as Avenging Wrath has just faded, Divine Shield trades. Maybe there's an opportunity, just maybe. I mean, Method Orange are starting to make some mistakes, but I think it's just they're out of time. They can't punish these mistakes with what's left in the tank. Jamili's just rotting down Rubcub across the map. He's getting soloed by Trill. Trill looks to close with tons of pressure, taking down Rubcub in game number 1.
Method Orange definitely heating up. They're playing these back-to-back series, and now they have one win. What is the story, though, of this matchup, Zico?
Well, it's come down to Method Orange just having pretty much a perfect defense here, rotating through their defensives, rotating through the trinket on the blind, then having Trill reversed magic on the incoming polymorphs, and then that opens up one window essentially in that 1 minute time before the reverse magic is back, where Jamili can sneak in a polymorph and try to land a kill. I did like what the Mew Mew Kitty Cats did here when they actually decided to pull the trigger on that Vendetta and go after Sidu to kind of break that defensive rotation a little bit. Unfortunately for them, though, it was a little bit too little, too late. Sidu still had a lot of defense to work with, as well as Trill had his darkness, Mez had his anti-magic zone. It just, Method Orange has a composition that can deal with any strategy that the Mew Mew Kitty Cats can throw at them. It feels like if the Mew Mew Kitty Cats go after Sidu, they can rotate through the extra defenses from the darkness and the anti-magic zone. If they go after one of the DK or the Demon Hunter, they have so many personal cooldowns and so much self-sustain and also reverse magic to remove some of that crowd control that they can consistently rotate that defense. So it just feels like it's a checkmate situation based on composition, and as long as Method Orange don't make a mistake, they will win because they put them on the clock with that mana rift.
Yeah, I mean, the only strategy that we've really seen look scary against Method Orange today, I mean, obviously they do get dropped down to the lower portion of the bracket, but all of the things that have given them anything to be mildly spooked about, Super T's, is around Mez not being able to Death Strike.
Yeah, I mean, they could run the Arcane Mage Windwalker with a grapple weapon, but I don't think the Arcane Mage brings as much pressure as the Death Knight, and I don't think that Rubcub's Paladin brings as much damage as the Mistweaver, at least not consistently without the Way of the Crane. So I don't think they're going to have that as an option, and I'm really just trying to run through my mind of what they can actually put into the fight against this, because it doesn't seem like they have an answer.
I mean, we've already seen that you can't just jam Dismantle and say, okay, GG, right? Like, it's not, that's not how it's going to work. work. Like, the thing that was so beautiful about what we saw Never Lucky put together was the fact that you had that additional pressure. They knew that they were on a clock. They knew that Trill was going to be taking all that mana away from Colo as quickly as he could, but they knew that they had pushes. They could go in with Way of the Crane. You could see Colo getting aggressive. Colo could take away so much of the capabilities of Mez as well. That doesn't seem to be an option for the Mew Mew Kitty, so what line do you think they need to go for?
I don't know, really. There's no opening against what Method Orange is bringing. We saw when they played against Chun-Li, they could actually go after the Windwalker Monk, and that felt great. We saw in a previous matchup, the one they actually lost, they were going after Thugonomics, and that seemed completely horrendous. Like, the Demon Hunter just has so much self-healing, it's really difficult to take them down. I think that's really the story of this matchup is both Trill and Mez aren't susceptible to their pressure on the Rogue Mage. We saw one swap on the CD, which pulled out a lot of defensives, so potentially making more of an effort to go after the Shaman could be strong, especially if you can remove the Ghost Wolf with Spell Steal from the Arcane Mage when he's caught into a kidney shot. Maybe Jamili should be playing Kleptomania, so anytime they go for the kidney shot, they can Kleptomania off the Ghost Wolf and look for some pressure there, but
typically, Shamans handle that pretty well,
They do, yeah.
It's like one of those things where you really do see just how skilled.
Oh, okay, then.
No way. Oh, wow. Okay, what do we think of this one coming out here?
Well, I mean, Red Paladin is pretty good at dealing with other cleaves, but again...
Are these cleavers, though?
Yeah, I don't...
So, I mean, you kind of talk about how DKs and Demon Hunters are new age cleavers just because of the toolkit that they bring. They're a little bit different than the traditional warrior and Ret Paladins and all those classes like the Rogue, but I don't know. I'm not super convinced of this composition just yet.
I think Method Orange are probably going to take this one. I feel like if the Mew Mew Kitty Cats wanted to throw a curveball like this, they shouldn't wait until they have the counter pick. They know that this is what Method Orange runs. They've been running this in their blind picks the entire tournament. They've been running it all last week. This is their main bread and butter. So I feel like if they wanted to throw a curveball, that should have happened in game one. And then after that, maybe they should have played the counter picking game. So while the map certainly helps, I still think this is going to go in Method Orange's favor.
Now you have Method Orange on their main composition anyway. And if you do try to do it in a counter comp situation, Method Orange does have a chance to answer. They're not going to be surprised. So a very important thing that Zico does bring up with seeing it here. Also, I do think it's important to kind of talk about the idea of Ret used to be the thing that could tear a cleave apart. You had everybody grouped up. You were going to be able to get out a lot of damage onto both of those targets. And also, you didn't have to worry about connecting. We all know that sometimes Ret Paladins struggle to keep up with certain targets, and that wasn't something that they necessarily had to worry about with cleaves. But the reason we call Demon Hunter DK a new age cleave is because Demon Hunters can fly and basically be anywhere at any moment in the game. They have just as much mobility. They can be just as far away if they need to be. And then you also just see the sustain that a DK is going to have. It doesn't seem like something that really works the same way that he used to, but we'll have to see what Jamili has in store, instantly going on aggro.
Jamili ramping up that Crusade, so over time his damage is going to increase significantly. Mez trades out throughout the initial aggression with that anti-magic zone. Sidu goes through the mid-range with the Earthen Wall Totem, but right at the end they're going to need something to stop the final punch. Jamili is maxed out on the ramp. How do they respond? Tons of damage, potentially a bit of a disrespect play. Sidu just running away and Ghost Wolf relying on that. The Crusade is now over. Jamili's damage has been thwarted and Method Orange escape unscathed.
Yeah, Rubcub, though, with his mana doing quite well. Jamili's going to be able to help him out with that Blessing of Sanctuary to remove some of those stuns, limiting the amount of mana rifts Trill will inevitably be able to land onto Rubcub. So that's a good adaptation with the Retribution Paladin. Mez under fire right now, taking a bit of pressure, but Sidu, positioned very far away, should be able to easily heal through this damage.
Yeah, good positioning on Sidu's part to avoid these Hammer of Justices, but finally one is secured. Rubcub getting interrupted and dipping fairly low on health. Seth Curry with a double leg sweep stalls it out. Huge damage following through towards Mez. Finally, some pressure here for M2KC, and I really don't blame them for trying this. It's a lot better than everything else I was running through in terms of considerations on their roster. So far, it is at least forcing more cooldowns than anything they have tried in the past, and potentially this double Paladin pick could be enough to put a point on the board against Method Orange.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here, but Mez seeming a little bit stable right now. Hex secured by Sea-Doo, and the good thing about Sea-Doo with the Shaman with these hexes is there's really no decurse on the team of M2KC, so anytime he secures that, no one's really going to be able to remove it, and it's a great crowd control option. Grapple weapon onto Mez, so Seth Curry finally revealing that he does have the disarm talent, really limiting the amount of self-healing Mez has available. Sea-Doo has to play catch-up, looking for healing waves, manages to find them. Nice wind shear into a full hex, potentially on Rub Cub, gets denied there by Seth Curry. Nicely done. Ring of Peace gets traded out as well as Jamili gets low, and now Method Orange has pressure in 2 different points.
Yeah, Jamili has to Divine Shield. Double stun though as Mez gets bursted down. Will this anti-magic zone be enough? Appears to be the case. Jamili's Crusade is definitely overwhelming pressure. They do manage to trade at least equally as both sides are running out of key defensive cooldowns. A bit unfortunate that the Hex ends up breaking on Rub Cub. That could have been critical, but Mez is the one who is falling behind. His composition is starting to show that it is going to work. I do see capability for M2KC with this setup. Crusade rolling once again for Jamili. His damage is heavily boosted during this time, but now falling behind. How is Rub Cub going to exchange? He pre-sacrifices the Hex, redirects the damage, immunes the kill, and now his team can lead the charge. Grapple weapon, Touch of Death, great combo for tons of damage here, potentially onto Mez. Opting uses Gliders Medallion and connected Death Strike to stabilize throughout that kill attempt. M2KC showing signs of life, but Method Orange keep it methodical.
Yep, Sea-Doo still just in the back line, throwing out the heals that he needs to keep him alive. Slowly but surely, Method Orange securing a lead. Rub Cub forced to use the Divine Shield. He needs to get heals off onto Jamili. Jamili's still low, struggling here as Trill and Mez are able to connect. Seth Curry comes back. He's trying to peel for Jamili the best he can with the Sable Roots, with the double leg sweep. Trill trinkets out, still looking to take down Jamili with the double stun. Rub Cub really struggling to keep him alive. Sea-Doo moves in for potentially the game-winning Hex, but the imprisonment looking to deny that. Jamili's still low, and ultimately Method Orange claims game number 2.
And it is going to be an absolute steamroll so far, to say the least. Method Orange seem to just have everything that they do need in this series. You said that you saw desperation, Sid, when we saw the Warrior come in. Now I feel like we're seeing desperation with this Retribution. The question is, what's next? Because they've gotten desperate in this series very quickly.
Well, I feel like I saw more win conditions from this composition than I did from the Rogue and the Arcane Mage. It just felt like, honestly, compositionally, they were in a checkmate situation, and unless Method Orange made like a major mistake, they were going to lose. So I like that they swapped out their composition here on the side of Mew Mew Kitty Cats, but again, I just don't see an opening here. Sea-Doo had his Trinket and his Spirit Link the entirety of the match. Mez and Trill actually overlapped that darkness as well as that anti-magic zone, and it really didn't feel like it was too big of a problem. And Mez, I mean, he was looking healthy for the majority of the game. Jamili on the right just doesn't seem to be experienced enough, honestly, to be able to bring this out against a team like Method Orange, the reigning BlizzCon champions, and actually pull out the win. Sea-Doo as well as Trill, they have the Purge for that Blessing of Protection, so that's not going to be doing too much for Jamili as well. So I don't know. It felt like we need to see another comp switch here.
Yeah, definitely. And Ven was actually just showing me his notes, and he kind of thinks the same thing. So now, over the break, we're not going to reveal what Ven said just yet, what Ven wrote down, but maybe we will see it when we return. just one more game could decide this series. Also, it could decide the team that makes it to tomorrow, the team that makes it to Sunday. We're going to have 2 grand finals, and this could be setting up the top 3 actually now. It's usually the top 4, but now it is going to be the top 3 for North America. Method Orange, very close, and it seems like we're seeing the Mew Mew Kitty Cats out of answers already. They tried Jamili on the Retribution Paladin. What do you think they try next?
Your guess is as good as mine here. I think their options, I think their best bet is to play the Assassination and Arcane Mage, and they're not going to do
Double
that.
Druid.
I was going to say they play Assassination Arcane and maybe just run at Sea-Doo the entire game, because there was one opening in their game 1 doing that. Now the double Druid here.
Going from double Paladin to double Druid.
The Transformers cleave kind of.
They're trying to double down.
I mean, how can you actually pull out a win here? We know that Incarn is going to be really important for a Moonkin to be getting out solid amounts of damage. Do you have the setup potential when you are playing against a Shaman?
Well, they have the Root Solar Beam, but Trill can also remove that with the Reverse Magic, remove the Mass Entanglement. That it lines up with the Solar Beam cooldown as well, so I think that's very tricky for the Mew Mew Kitty Cats to land that extended CC chain. I don't think they're going to have the mana lead necessarily either, as long as Trill is doing his mana burn duty, and I think Jamili can be forced into sitting in bear form a lot on that Moonkin, so honestly, I think Method Orange, they again have the compositional advantage here, as long as they go after Jamili and have Trill kind of chase Rubcub and put pressure there, mana burn him with the Mana Rift, and then they both connect onto Jamili, have Sea-Doo kind of chase Rubcub around, make sure he doesn't drink. They can close this one out.
I'm going to be completely frank here. It does just kind of seem like Sea-Doo's bad day has gotten a lot better. Just back-to-back wins. It looks like they should be able to close this one out. If the Mew Mew Kitty Cats manage to pull off a victory here after they get to that second composition where it's like, maybe this will work, is a big surprise. And then they're going to need to go for that reverse sweep. We've seen crazier things happen, but just being realistic here, it looks like Method Orange may be able to close out the day.
I mean, most certainly. This is just desperation. We've seen 2 teams back-to-back not have an answer for the composition that Method Orange have brought. The only team that has was Never Lucky, and M2KC don't appear to have the classes to at least reproduce that. We have not seen Rubcub attempt to miss Weaver, I think, at any point in his tournament lifetime, so perhaps that is something that he'll look to diversify onto in the future. But right now we are going to see that balanced Druid Rogue, obviously with Solar Beam. It's an extended crowd control. If they target down Mez and coordinate with Kidney Shot at the same time, they can remove the reverse magic utility that Trill would bring. Like you would think that it's going to work on paper, but I don't know if they have enough damage to actually kill is the problem.
I do want to go back, though, to Never Lucky and what they did, because they found an answer to DK cleave compositions, period, it seems like. It was a big change up in the meta. It's something that we could see. I remember when we saw the Ellie Rogue for the first time, we're like, okay, this could actually have a pretty big impact on the meta, on what teams are going to be playing in these tournaments. I think what we saw from Never Lucky may have an even more dramatic statement, but the statement that is about to be made is going to be a period on this sentence, on this series. Method Orange looking to close it out here. Another desperation play coming out from the Mew Mew Kitty Cats, who are trying to stay alive in this tournament in the final series of the day.
Yeah, I really feel like at this point in the game, M2KC, they're going to have to find a miracle in this match. A big one-shot on either Sea-Doo, if he trinkets out a blind, or potentially Mez as well. If they can land a Kitty Shot Solar Beam on him, maybe they could take him down. But I think if Trill saves his trinket with the darkness, if Mez does a good job with his anti-magic zone, Method Orange have all the tools they need to survive these all-ins from Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
And we see a Solar Beam attempt, and they are going after Mez. I'm wondering if Jamili may be running Fairy Swarm for disarm effect onto Jamili. That could be a viable option. But in the meantime, Method Orange have completely stalled out that initial attack by trading Gliders Medallion and Reverse Magic to get out of crowd control. But Roasty's played it smart. He saved his major offensive cooldown Vendetta, not overlapping it, so there could be an opportunity for him to burst down a target. Jamili is not running the Fairy Swarm, as I was kind of hoping he would in this specific matchup to try and take down the Death Knights before dampening. But with double Thorns, double Innervate, perhaps Rubcub can extend this fight deeper into a dampening and overwhelm the target with that pressure. Cyclone secured, and Roasty's took the time to commit Vendetta and basically got nothing done with it on Mez. And I mean, look at Rubcub right now. This is just maybe. Even still, Mez immediately comes out of crowd control, connects 2 death strikes, bounces back into the fight, and that scary moment is all but evaporated.
Yep, Rosty's no Vendetta. Jamili, no Incarnation. Mez was able to easily trade with his anti-magic zone, and things are looking really good for Method Orange. And M2KC, they need to find damage, and they need to find it fast because they are falling apart. Rubcub's mana not looking too great. Sea-Doo has a massive lead. On top of that, Jamili unfortunately overlaps the Barkskin with the Iron Bark from Rubcub, and now there's not really a lot of defense left for the team of Mew Mew Kitty Cats. Jamili caught in midfield, looking to find some pressure, but Mez should be able to just shrug it off, heal through this Moonkin damage so far. Here's a nice little swap over on a Trill, but with Trinket and Blur in Darkness, I think he should be able to easily survive.
Another adaptation on Mez's part is that he is running the Lichborn Honor talent, which effectively removes Icebound Fortitude, but more accurately makes it a 1-minute cooldown with no stun break power added to it. But he can use Lichborn every Solar Beam, as Solar Beam is a 1-minute cooldown crowd control, and Trill then has access to Blur, which is a 1-minute cooldown to trade. So they've got an answer for every single Solar Beam, and Method Orange have basically made their defense bulletproof, and that Mana Rift strategy is just an inevitability at this point for Rubcub to be totally tapped out. I do think it would be important if M2KC was going to try and go head-to-head with this, that Rubcub is either playing the Mistweaver for added punch and that grapple weapon, or a Restoration Shaman, as we've seen, is really the only healer that can deal with the Mana Rift over an extended period of time. You see a Solar Beam attempt there by Jamili, but not getting any sort of results with it. And at this point, if you're M2KC, what do?
I don't know. Try to go after Trill, I guess. Mez really wasn't taking too much damage, so Rosty's trying to slow down some of those mana rifts, and that's the strategy adaptation they have made. But with Sea-Doo able to just chase down Rubcub, Mez not really pressured, Trill not really pressured, I think Sea-Doo should be able to force Rubcub to stay in combat. There's a full blind secured by Rosty. Sea-Doo just basically sitting through it. Rosty's looking for the sap, manages to find it. Will Sea-Doo Trinket out? Looks like he's just going to hold on to it. He knows Trill's not in trouble. He knows that they can potentially close this game out very soon. They don't want to give M2KC any openings in this matchup.
They're doing their best to not overlap, no panic attacks, mana in favor, and Sea-Doo is actually running Electrocute, an honor talent that makes Purge also deal damage. So Sea-Doo, if he can bank a lot of extra mana, we get into dampening and he starts spamming out a couple Purges, that could easily overwhelm Rubcub in the late game, and I do expect that to be the main win condition here for Method Orange if they're able to make it that far. Maybe they don't even need it. Jamili's just getting crushed under the weight and power of Method Orange here in game number 3, managing to stabilize, but at the cost of a defensive overlap. In the meantime, at least crowd control secured onto Sea-Doo, but Trill is immediately rotated with defense. That anti-magic zone for the incarnation of Jamili is more than an equivalent exchange. Sea-Doo trying to grounding totem some incoming crowd control and damage and reposition away from Jamili. Mez is attacking Jamili. Trill is trying to hunt down Rubcub. Fortunately, at least for M2KC on Ashmane's Fall, it's one of the biggest maps in the pool, so they may be able to drink and escape, but with that ghoul pet of Mez chasing him, maybe it's unlikely. Double root Solar Beam, reverse magic from Trill gets Sea-Doo out of that crowd control just in the nick of time to start to stabilize. Trill then metamorphoses onto Jamili, looking to try and find a kill there, but a Cyclone on Sea-Doo, a bit of a risky exchange, attacking into Thorns while your healer is crowd controlled, but it seems to be an exchange they're willing to take.
Yeah, Trill into a kidney shot, could be in some trouble, doesn't want to underreact to the situation. Method Orange could potentially fall. Huge greed there by Method Orange. How did Trill not Trinket Darkness there, living on 1% health? Sea-Doo connects the Spirit Link Totem, and I gotta say, Method Orange, they played that way too greedy. That was really lucky for them to stay in this game.
Almost throwing it away there on match point, but still the mana lead is established, and Sea-Doo at any point could turn up the heat and start getting some purges out onto the team of M2KC. Just wants to make sure that it is going to end the game, because it will cost him a lot of mana to do so. Gliders Medallion on blind, a fair trade on Sea-Doo's part. Trill still with his Gliders Medallion Darkness. Multiple options for Method Orange's defense, and even though it got scary, they didn't overlap, so there's no real opportunities that M2KC can take off the back of that other than praying that it happens again, and they've got a tiny bit more damage to finally take Trill down. Roasties with limited defense, but at this time, Sea-Doo locked down and crowd control. Trill far away, trying to march across the map. Fell rush into reverse magic. Good combo. Trill breaks the chain. Sea-Doo's out and free. Rubcub surprisingly not tapped on mana at this point. I was expecting him to already be completely burnt out, but it is getting pretty close.
Yeah, he's almost completely tapped at this point, dampening at 6%. Rubcub's going to really struggle to keep his team afloat at this point, although it's mostly him that's in trouble. Mez still putting decent amounts of pressure onto Jamili. Another swap here over onto Trill. Sea-Doo making sure he does his job and keeps Rubcub in combat, but with Trill getting low, with no blur available, Trill could definitely be in a lot of trouble. Sea-Doo doesn't have that much healing to really stabilize Trill. Still not trading out the darkness, holding on to his trinket, really relying on a lot of that leech healing he has available. Finally stabilizing, but these are such close calls onto Trill. I really like what M2KC is doing, finally getting some pressure in this match, but it may be too little too late.
Yeah, I think they may have wasted too much time attacking Mez in the early game. Trill is definitely the target they should have been going after start to finish. Jamili trying to crank up some damage and look to carry the team to victory here as they are on match point and face elimination. They really have a good opportunity to climb the ranks with Storm already knocked out of the tournament. M2KC doing everything that they can. Sea-Doo still locked down in crowd control, but the pressure is reversing in favor. Defensive overlap on the side of Method Orange. Both anti-magic zone and darkness in one exchange. That's an opening. M2KC, if they can somehow stay in it, could have a window of opportunity.
Yeah, but it was the Vendetta and the Incarnation from Jamili, so it wasn't necessarily the worst trade. At least they got those major offensives out of the way, managed to stabilize, and Sea-Doo at this point hasn't had to play catch-up at all because of that. Trill once again in a kidney shot, and he doesn't have anything left. Sea-Doo caught into a bash. He has the trinket, but no emergency healing. Now into a full Cyclone. Can they take Trill down? He's holding on by a thread. Rosie's getting a little bit low as well. I-Beam gonna heal up Trill just a little bit. Blur still has another 9 seconds. This is very dangerous for Method Orange.
All right, Sea-Doo's mana is almost evening out, but their defense is still, I would say, ahead over M2KC. But with dampening at this point, potentially it's anyone's match. Trill getting stun lock, no Gliders Medallion, Smoke Bomb as well. Spirit Link Totem denies the kill on that. Good positioning on Sea-Doo's part, removing that kill window from the team of M2KC. And now Roastie's on the back foot with Rubcub totally tapped. Maledict's flying in, soaking up heals. Roastie's is likely to fall as the pressure is overwhelming. Solar Beam stops the lava burst, but they don't even need it. Method Orange with clean defense and a level head advance, eliminating M2KC.
It's kind of a crazy moment there where you see Trill just like, nah, dude, I'm fine. I don't need anything. We're cool. Doesn't even pop the darkness. Manages to stay alive at 0% health. A pretty crazy moment, but I do want to say overall, you know, I really did count out the Mew Mew kitties there, and sorry, the Mew Mew kitty cats. Don't want to mess that one up. I really did count them out for a second going into this one. When we see the composition come in, we say it looks like it's desperation, but I feel completely wrong. This was by far, I think, the strongest composition that we saw, and maybe if we saw this a little bit more, they would have been able to take down Method Orange even.
It was definitely a closer game than expected, but I think in terms of how these compositions match up, it definitely is still in favor of Method Orange. As soon as Rubcub is out of mana here, the Mew Mew Kitty Cats can't really do too much here, but at the same time, it didn't seem as bad of a matchup as some of the things that we saw previously. Yeah. I think the red matchup as well that we saw on Dalaran was not that badly matched up as well, but it just seemed like they weren't that well practiced on it. Method Orange, though, gonna be able to just take a clean 3-0, a perfect 3-0 against the Mew Mew Kitty Cats.
I will say the Mew Mew Kitty Cats as well overall just impressed me this week. They definitely made their impact on the brackets as well. I think this was a pretty interesting week. I mentioned it earlier in the day, but we really have seen already, and the week's not done. We still have tomorrow where we're actually going to see the top 3 teams from each region try to grab that top spot. But as we look at the NA bracket, you really can start to think about some of the things that we did see. I feel like we've started to see teams really adapt to the current meta overall and find their own place. Method Orange is going to move on to the lower final, and then we got Super Frogs versus Never Lucky. Never Lucky is that team that found an answer to Method Orange, and I'm pretty sure Method Orange is going to be wargaming quite a bit, trying to figure out how on earth they can take down Never Lucky when they do go head-to-head. When we take a look at EU, this is the first region that we do take a look at as well. Method Black versus Wildcard Gaming, going to be our upper final, our first series series of the day, and that's the top 2 teams from that region. Then they will drop down, whoever does lose that series, to play against the Chalky Milkmen. And thinking about the standings here, we've already seen how huge this impact is, what all of these guys are trying to accomplish. And this is leading into this tournament. This is before we actually get to see the work that is done, but you got to keep in mind a good performance here from the Mew Mew Kitty Cats is potentially going to move them up. Are there any big takeaways that you do have then when we take a look at the standings here?
Well, I think this is an opportunity for, more than anyone, Never Lucky on North America to really push and advance and try to secure their spot in that top 4. If they can make a deep run in this tournament, if they can somehow beat the Super Frogs, and I think they potentially can with this Windwalker Death Knight Mistweaver setup, you really can never count this team out. They seem to always have an answer. They're always prepared. They seem to be willing to outwork and prepare any other teams in these tournaments, and I think it may pay off for them in this cup.
I really do as well. And if you're asking right now, when do I get to see these matchups? What time do I have to set my alarm clock for? Well, you should set it for nice and early. The early bird gets the worm. Method Black, though, going to be starting against Wildcard Gaming at 1 p.m. Eastern. Then we'll crown our champion in EU before we get it settled in North America. And then the 4th cup will come to a close. And I'm curious if we see anything like we saw today. I mean, we already saw one Retribution Paladin, and now we actually have another Retribution Paladin that I do want to see. Vanguards is coming out of the woodwork as well. A lot of Retribution Paladins today, and you might say, what makes today special? Well, it is Zico's birthday. Thank you very much, Vanguards. And
thank you.
As you can see...
Thank you, Vanguards.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you, brother.
Benruki cooked up a nice G-pie. We know how much you two love to cook up these giant G-pies, these veganic G-pies, and I also know how much you love to throw G-pies at people's faces. In the
not
arena.
me.
If you want to throw the
I don't want to give it to him
into somebody's face, you're more than allowed to. You can go ahead and hand that over.
Thank you, guys.
Baked with love, straight from the Goblin Factory.
Oh,
should we?
We love that. Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Should we sing?
I mean, we could.
Happy birthday to you.
Zico. No.
Happy birthday to Zico. Happy birthday to Zico.
That's
And if you want to sign up for the next cup, you can do it right now. The signups are going to be closing on Sunday, so make sure that you just do it now. Get it out of the way. Figure out what team you do want to be playing with. And from our team on the desk, we want to thank you very much for tuning in today. And we're very excited to see you tomorrow to figure out who is going to take the 4th cup of the year. Who's going to take it in EU? Who's going to take it in NA? We have 2 grand finals tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. 1 p.m. Eastern is when it starts. Happy birthday, Zico. Thank you so much for everything that you've done this year. And now, all we got to do is figure out who is going to take these 4th cups. We've already seen these teams really start to find their voice in the meta. Who will find victory on the final day of this weekend? We'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern.